Hello. Today, we have assembled here at CSR NBRI for a remarkable journey into the world of plant sciences as a part of 1 week 1 lab program with the theme Plant Diversity Systematics and Herbarium. This program encapsulates the essence of scientific discovery and hands on learning. In the spirit of greeting, I now extend a hearty welcome to our esteemed guests, luminaries in their fields whose presence has enriched this event. We have with us the chief guest for the event, Sri Durga Shankar Mishra, Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Along with, we have three guests of honors for the day, Dr. Ramanuj Narayan, Director, CSIR IMMT Bhubaneswar, Dr. P.V. Sane, former Director, CSIR NBRI, Dr. M. Sanjappa, former Director, Botanical Survey of India, Kolkata. I now request the Director NBRI, Dr. A.K. Shashne, to give a floral bouquet as a token of recognition to our chief guest and guests of honors. Thank you, sir. As we embark on this journey, let us humbly seek the blessings of Almighty Lord Ganesha through prayer and lighting of lamp. Let His divinity illuminate our path, fill our hearts with strength, and bestow grace and purpose upon this occasion. I request the dignitaries to come forward and light the lamp, and Miss Poshali to grace the stage and invoke the divine essence.
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते दिवादिवाडे दीपत्कार कानी कुंडलमोतीहार दिवाला पाहुन नमस्कार तिराची तेल कापसाची वात दिवा देवे देवा पाशी उजेड पडे विष्णू पाशी माझा नमस्कार सर्व देव देवतांपाशी.
Thank you, dignitaries and Poshali. Now, I extend my invitation to our director, Dr. A.K. Shashne, to welcome the gathering and introduce the today's distinguished personalities. Over to you, sir.
A very good and auspicious good morning to everyone. आज हम यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं हमारे थर्ड डे का प्रोग्राम में. वो थीम है Plant Diversity, Systematic and Herbarium. And this is the lifeline of the Institute. And in this auspicious beginning of the today, I welcome you, everybody, to this auditorium and to the auspicious gathering and auspicious start. Specifically, I will welcome our chief guest, Mukhya Sachiv, Dr. Mishra, here because of his busy schedule. He has taken his time. I have met him and went to his office and requested him, and he readily agreed because he is the person of NBRI. We consider him as the person of NBRI, and always he is associated with NBRI when he is in Lucknow or anywhere in India. Thank you very much, sir, accepting our invitation. Then I also welcome our dignitary, our director, earlier director, former director P.V. Sane, sir. So no need to tell about you. You are the you are origin from here and you have worked a lot in NBRI. So I welcome you, sir. Dr. Sanjappa, I have met him long back when I was a young scientist at that time. Many a times listening from him about botany, and he was in the task force of biotechnology, Government of India. Thank you, sir, for coming here. And everybody knows about you. You are in BSI. Dr. Ramanujan, he's a good friend of mine. He's a chemist, but his love for plants and environment, I found him astonishing. That his love for plant, and he loves plants and loves NVRA very much. So today, I welcome you, sir, to this NBRI. This is one and only institute of India which work on botany as well as research on botany. This is a wonderful institute which combine the plants, environment, soil, everything together to come to the conclusion of plant science. So this is the research, unique research we do. You will not find anywhere in the world all the branches like agronomy to soil science to breeding, taxonomy to normal botany to utilization of plants like biodiversity, biotechnology, and microbiology, and everything integrated in this institute. So that's how this is a lucky institute, and I am lucky to be here, and I welcome one and all to this institute in this beginning. Also, I welcome our guests, Dr. Janadhan, Dr. S.R. Jadhav, Dr. Sabu, Matthew Dan, Dr. Balram, Raghavan, Dr. Upreti, Nayar, Dr. D.K. Singh, Dr. Sundaresan, who will be discussing about this subject in the later part of the day. I welcome the press and media who are here and reporting and projecting NBRI in good perspectives and highlighting the institute's achievement. And thank you very much for coming, press and media. And my other colleagues from other labs, directors from other labs, and my colleagues from NBRI, and the most important, my student friends who are here. They are enjoying the deliberations. They are enjoying the day's proceedings here, and I welcome you all, one and all, to this auditorium. And thank you very much for coming and listening to our guest and guest of. And I have another task to do here. I will briefly tell because time is short, so I will be making short also. So first of all, our chief guest, respected Mr. Durga Shankar Mishra. Currently, he is the Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh, belongs to 1984 batch of Indian Administrative Service, Uttar Pradesh cadre. He has held various senior assignments in state, union government covering revenue administration, internal security, vigilance, civil aviation, tourism, sports, agriculture research, state taxation, medicinal and health, mining and urban development, and whatnot. So I bow your head to you, sir, with all these achievements and experience. He has also served as Principal Secretary of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for over 2 years. He was Secretary to Government of India in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for over 4.5 years and played pivotal role in planning and executing various flagship urban missions, Swachh Bharat Mission, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Urban, Atal Mission for rejuvenation of urban transformation, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Urban Livelihood Mission, Smart City Mission, Pradhan Mantri Street Vendor Atmanirbhar Nidhi, development of metro rails, and other urban transport across the country. In addition, about he is native to Kanpur. He has done his BTech in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur. Mr. Mishra is the MBA in international business from University of Western Sydney, Australia, and postgraduate diploma in public policy from International Institute of Social Studies, Hague, Netherlands. He has taken keen interest in promoting good governance and has published various papers on the subject related to good governance, public administration, and development of administration in national and international journals and books. He has represented Union State Government at various national and international fora and participated in such workshops and conferences. He has been visiting faculty of University of Gulf, Canada. He is actually his hobby is trekking, sports, and tourism. I'm coming to next our guest of honor, Dr. P.V. Sane. You know about him very much. I will not tell much about him. He is our earlier director. Everybody you know. He is the main thing is that he is the Bhatnagar fellow, Bhatnagar Awadi. So that is his main qualification, which tells everything and everything that is integrated. The person who is a Bhatnagar fellow, you need not describe him what he is. So I'll not describe you because I am not qualified to describe you. Then Dr. Sanjapa, he is the former director of Botanical Survey of India, one of the scholar. And you ask me which award he has not got, and which award, which fellowship he has not got. He has all the fellowships in the field of taxonomy, telling he is a systematic botanist, and he has done extensive work in Leguminosae, Ericaceae, Iridiaceae, Lamiaceae, and Aristolaceae. So there are a huge number of awards. Sivarajan Award, Panchana Maheshwari Medal, Santapu Medal, Janki Amal Award. There are many things. If I go on reading, I'll take much of your time. So I'll not read all these things, sir, if you pardon me. So there is a huge list. So I think you'll. I am amazed to see his biodata. He has achieved in his career so many things we dream of. Then Dr. Ramanuj, Dr. Ramanuj is a wonderful scientist and a CSIR man, a man of CSIR. Everybody in CSIR, he is known as the man of CSIR. He doesn't belong to any one institute. He belongs to all the institutes. And his qualification is, he is now the director of CSIR IMMT. He worked in CSR ICT and was chief scientist head of polymers at CSR ICT. He is the Dean of Chemical Sciences Academy CSIR. He worked in the Tata Steel, Tata Composite, and Toyota. He has 112 research papers, 6 patents, 7 technology transfers. He is also recipient of Berger, IPA, and Newton Bhabha Prize. With this short biodata, I know I have not done justice to speak all the biodata because we have short time. So I have skipped many things. So please forgive me for that, and I will take forgiveness from you, sirs. And I'll be मैं अभी अपना वाणी को विराम यहीं देता हूँ. Thank you. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Thank you, sir. As we stand on the threshold of this momentous occasion, a total of 3 releases have been scheduled. May I now request Dr. T.S. Rana and Dr. K.M. Prabhukumar to join the esteemed guest for the release. I request our chief guest to officially release the e-flora of UP. E-Flora of Uttar Pradesh, developed by CSR NBRI, is an open access online database which aims to provide various stakeholders an easy and efficient access to information and data related to diversity of algae, lichen, and various plant groups of the state for use in education, research, and conservation. At present, the e-flora of Uttar Pradesh contains information of 5,141 species. CSR NBRI is committed towards further exploration, documentation, and updation of e-flora in the future for the benefit of science and society. The website will be available to the public on the URL www.efloraup.nbri.res.in. The next release is of brochure of CSIR NBRI Herbarium, a national repository. The Herbarium of CSIR NBRI was established in the year 1953 by Professor K.N. Kaul, the founder director of CSIR NBRI. It is an internationally recognized herbarium and is designated to act as a repository for the flora of India by the National Biodiversity Authority. CSIR NBRI Herbarium maintains over 2.65 lakh specimens of flowering and non-flowering plants as well as algae and lichens, and in terms of holding, it is the third largest herbarium in the country, while its lichen collection is the largest in South Asia. The herbarium is a key resource for scientists, students, and researchers in plant systematics and allied disciplines. The information booklet on the CSR Herbarium will be a source of information for all the stakeholders, including young researchers and students. Before moving to the next release, I invite Dr. Priyanka Agnihotri to the dais and join the esteemed guest for releasing the book Plant Resources of Uttar Pradesh, a checklist. Uttar Pradesh is the most populous state in India. Despite of huge demand of land for human settlement and agricultural activities, the state still harbors a rich plant wealth due to its varied topographic and climatic conditions. The prevailing diversity of different plant groups, including higher and lower plants, has been studied by several workers from time to time. Yet, a complete account of the plant and lichen resources of Uttar Pradesh is still lacking. This book is therefore an attempt to collect information with respect to all groups of algae, lichens, and plants of Uttar Pradesh to provide a ready reference to different stakeholders such as academia, the pharmaceutical industry, foresters, and amateur botanists. Thank you, dignitaries and beloved scientists. With utmost anticipation, we now turn to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. P.V. Sane. We are eager to hear your thoughts and insights. Over to you, sir.
Shri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, a person known for his dynamic administration. We as citizens of UP very much appreciate. Dr. Ramanuj Narayan, Director, CSIR Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Sanjappa, a good friend of mine, former Director, Botanical Survey of India at Calcutta. Dr. Shasni, Director NBRI. A large number of known people I see in the audience. Several scientists, some retired ones, some who worked with me earlier. Students, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be present here today and participating in this 1 week, 1 lab celebrations. I would like to begin by congratulating and complimenting Dr. Shasni and his team for meticulously planning and executing the 1 week, 1 lab program. A brainchild of the Minister for Science and Technology, Government of India. I was present at the inaugural function, and at that time, I remember how happy the DG was after visiting the exposition and looking at the outcomes of research that have a lot of relevance to public, the society, the farmers and others. She had praised you, Dr. Shasni, and your group for the work that you have done and the products that you have come out with. I would like to echo the same sentiments and wish you even brighter future for the institute. You have very nicely showcased the activities and outcomes of these institutes. Thank you. And on that day, you released a large number of products, some of which I understand are already with the industry for manufacturing purposes. It was so heartening to see that. I was very much impressed and I appreciate what you have done. As many of you would know, I am no taxonomist. I never claimed to be one. But very few of you might know that it was taxonomy that led me into molecular biology. I must tell you the story. When I joined here, botany, I knew botany, but not the researches in the areas of taxonomy and many other things. So I asked CSIR to depute me to participate in an international botanical congress, which was being held in Berlin in way back 1987. They allowed me to do that. I went there, and believe me, I spent 2 days only listening to taxonomy. All the sessions on taxonomy I attended. And it was an eye-opener for me that people outside of India and in developed countries were using at that time gene sequences, DNA sequences for sorting out, solving their taxonomical problems. This was so impressive that I thought in an institute like mine, I must have this technique available to our students, to our scientists. So when I returned, I realized that I must do something about it. Getting money at that time was not easy. Things were very difficult. Money was scarce. But I was a member of one of the task forces of Department of Biotechnology, which was monitoring the centers for plant molecular biology in India. They had established 4 of them. I used that opportunity and tried to convince the task force that why don't you give me also a center for plant molecular biology so I can develop something in this institute. They were convinced and they gave me the Center for Plant Molecular Biology. That was the 5th one from DPT. With a financial grant of little over 2 crores. 2 crores at that time was a lot of money. And I could equip my labs, I could hire students, I could hire even faculty in that CPMB. And this is how the plant molecular biology started here. And I am now glad that the taxonomist, Dr. Rana and his colleagues are using some of the techniques that have gotten developed at this institute. Let me now say a few words about biodiversity. Our taxonomic group, and for that matter, any taxonomic group, when they want to describe biodiversity, they go and document the plant species that are present in a given area. And that is the biodiversity or plant biodiversity. But we don't try to understand that biodiversity. See, documenting is one, understanding is another. And understanding would mean that why is it that certain components of that biodiversity stay together? What is it that they do for each other so that they can survive, flourish? In fact, sometimes what is it that prevents some other species to come and stay there? These are the things that we need to know, and if that has to be known, then you have to take recourse to other areas of plant sciences, not just taxonomy, maybe physiology, maybe biochemistry, maybe molecular biology, microbiology, ecology, several things that you must consider. And then only you will be able to understand, let's say, plant-to-plant interaction, plant-microbe interaction. In fact, one should, to be full, also include insects, birds. Unfortunately, NBRI doesn't have expertise in those two areas, but in all other areas, you have expertise. You have departments for physiology, biochemistry, molecular biology, microbiology, ecology, everything else. So I was wondering whether a multidisciplinary group can be produced, generated, and that group could actually identify one location which is a very interesting one from biodiversity point of view, and go deeper into the researches in that area. I think it can be a very fruitful area to work on, and I'm sure money would come from one agency or the other for such an endeavor. If you, Dr. Shasni, think this is worthwhile doing, and if your people, your team members also think, maybe one should try establish a multidisciplinary group and see if we can go deeper into what is biodiversity. Merely documentation, not enough. Understanding is what we need to know. I guess I would stop here, but not before wishing you and your team, Dr. Shasni, a brighter future for research and products that come out from such research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are truly honored to have benefited from your words of wisdom. Now, I invite our esteemed chief guest, Sri Durga Shankar Mishra, to kindly grace the stage and share his valuable thoughts with us.
Dr. Sasni, Director of NBRI, Dr. Sane, former Director of NBRI, Dr. Ramanuj, Director of IMMT, Materials and Minerals, and Dr. Sanjappa, the former Director of Botanical Survey of India. आज के इस एक सप्ताह एक कार्यशाला लेबोरेटरी, इसके तीसरे दिन के आज के इस कार्यशाला में उपस्थित तमाम सारे प्लांट्स के अनुसंधान से जुड़े हुए वैज्ञानिक, विद्यार्थी एवं अन्य स्पेशलिस्ट, मैं समझता हूँ कि आप लोग यहाँ पे हैं क्योंकि आप सारे लोग कुछ नई चीज़ सीखना चाहते हैं। आप सबका अभी कल ही हमारा स्वतंत्रता दिवस था और ये बहुत खास स्वतंत्रता दिवस था। अमृत काल का पहला स्वतंत्रता दिवस था, 1 साल पूरा हुआ। उसकी आप सबको मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। अभी मैं यहाँ आने के पहले एक छोटी सी आपका एक प्रदर्शनी थी, उस प्रदर्शनी को देख करके आ रहा हूँ। उसको देख करके बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखने को मुझे मिली, बहुत सारी नई संभावनाएं मुझे दिखी, क्योंकि मैं आपके जैसे न प्लांट का एक्सपर्ट हूँ, न प्लांट का वैज्ञानिक हूँ, लेकिन एक प्रशासक हूँ जिसके तौर पे बहुत सारे लोगों से जुड़ा रहता हूँ, क्योंकि हमारा तो काम जहाँ भी अच्छा से अच्छा काम हो जिससे कि हम लोगों के जीवन को आसान बना सकें, लोगों के जीवन को बेहतर कर सकें अलग अलग जिम्मेदारियों में, वो हमारा काम है। अभी मैं याद कर रहा था, हमारे बगल में संजप्पा साहब बैठे हैं। थोड़ी देर के बाद मैंने इनसे पूछा कि शायद आपको स्मरण होगा कि हम तो आपसे मिल चुके हैं। मैंने लगा कहाँ मिल चुके हैं? मैंने कहा डिजिटली भी और फिजिकली भी, दोनों मिल चुके हैं। फिर मैंने फ़ोन नंबर भी दिखाया कि देखिए मेरे मोबाइल पे आपका फ़ोन नंबर भी है और आपसे मैं इससे बात भी करता था, क्योंकि आप वैज्ञानिक हैं और आपकी मैं मदद लेता था। कहाँ पे? जब मैं भारत सरकार का आवासन एवं शहरी कार्य मंत्रालय का सचिव था। आपने सेंट्रल विस्टा के बारे में सुना होगा, जो आज पूरा एक परिवर्तन हो रहा है सेंट्रल विस्टा में। अब एक अभी नई नई पार्लियामेंट बन गई, जो हमारे सेंट्रल विस्टा के ऊपर जो है तमाम सारे हटमेंट थे, करीब 90-92 एकड़ में, वो सारे वहाँ से हट करके नए जो है हमारे आर्मी ऑफिसर्स का एक पूरा पूरा ऑफिस, बहुत शानदार ऑफिस बना। मैं समझता हूँ उतना मॉडर्न ऑफिस कहीं शायद ही होगा देश में, इस प्रकार का ऑफिस बन गए और बहुत सारे काम, कंस्ट्रक्शन के काम वहाँ पे चल रहे हैं। जो सेंट्रल विस्टा पे जो राजपथ था, आज वो कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा प्रेरणा का स्थल बना हुआ, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने उसको किया। तो ये सब जब काम चल रहा था तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि अलग अलग फील्ड के जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनको आप इसके साथ जोड़िए। उनका निर्देश था कि अलग अलग फील्ड के जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनको जोड़िए और उनसे सीखिए कि हम, क्योंकि ये देश को एक नया स्थान, नया बदलाव, एक नई चीज़ लाने की है और इसमें हमारे देश के जो वैज्ञानिक हैं, जो देश के बड़े किसी फील्ड के एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उनको भी जोड़िए और जो यंगर जनरेशन्स के लोग हैं 30 से 40 साल वाले, उनको भी जोड़िए। तो मैंने ऐसे ग्रुप बनाए थे और उस ग्रुप पे जो हमने 10 खास लोगों को जिनको चुना था, उसमें संजप्पा साहब भी थे, जो भी हमें बोटेनिकल के बारे में, तो हमें तमाम सारी राय देनी थी कि हमें सेंट्रल विस्टा एवेन्यू पे जो आज कर्तव्य पथ पे वहाँ पे क्या होना है, पार्लियामेंट के आसपास में क्या होना है, अलग अलग जगह पे, क्योंकि इसकी बॉटनी का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। तो हमें सिविल इंजीनियरिंग के बारे में, इलेक्ट्रिकल के बारे में, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स है और तमाम सारी चीज़ों पर अलग अलग एक्सपर्ट थे उन ग्रुप में। आप भी एक खास हुआ करते थे और आपसे मेरे, क्योंकि वो कोविड का पीरियड था, कोविड के पीरियड में हम लोग डिजिटली ज़्यादा मिलते थे, फिजिकली मुझे ख्याल है एक बार मैं अपने ऑफिस में सारे एक्सपर्ट्स को बुलाया था उनके साथ सीधा संवाद करने के, उसके बाद हमेशा डिजिटली किया करते थे। तो आपका तो बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। मैं आपसे शासनी साहब से बात कर रहा था। देखिए मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ क्योंकि कितना महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है। आपके जो पूर्वाधिकारी थे बारिक साहब, इसके पहले डायरेक्टर हुआ करते थे NBRI का, मैं यहाँ पे आया और NBRI की चीज़ों को, मैं एज ए अर्बन सेक्रेटरी यहाँ पे आया था, आपके एनुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आया था और यहाँ की बहुत सारी चीज़ों को, उसके बाद भी मैं कई बार आया यहाँ पे, बहुत सारी चीज़ें यहाँ पे देखी और मैंने उनसे कहा कि एक दिल्ली में जमुना जी के किनारे हम करीब 120 हेक्टेयर में अमृत बायोडाइवर्सिटी पार्क बनाना चाहते हैं। ये हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से एक अमृत महोत्सव पूरे देश भर में मना, जिसका कल 15 अगस्त को पूरा हो रहा था। पूरा एक 75 हफ्ते का पहले हुआ, उसके बाद 12 मार्च 2021 से, उसके बाद फिर उसको आगे 50 हफ्ते के लिए उसको जोड़ा गया। तो ये कल जो पूरा हुआ अमृत महोत्सव, तो उसमें एक अमृत बायोडाइवर्सिटी पार्क जमुना जी के बाएं तरफ और दाहिने तरफ मिला करके 120 हेक्टेयर में बनाए और मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट किया था बारिक साहब से, इसमें ऐसे प्लांटेशन करिए कि जिससे हमारे देश में स्वतंत्रता का जो आंदोलन हुआ, उस स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन की जुड़ी हुई हर बातों को लोग इस फॉरेस्ट में, इस बायोडाइवर्सिटी पार्क में जाकर के स्मरण करें। जब कहीं चलें तो वो खेड़ा की जो आंदोलन हुआ था, कहीं चले तो उन्हें लगे कि ये दांडी यात्रा का चल रहा था, कहीं पे चले तो उन्हें लगे कि ये हम चंपारण का कर रहे थे। ऐसे पूरे देश में जो आंदोलन, हर जगह की अपनी अपनी बायोडाइवर्सिटी होती है, वहाँ पे क्या हम ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं? और उन्होंने कहा बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं। उन्होंने बहुत सारी चीज़ें मुझे दिखाई, काफ़ी सारे प्रेजेंटेशंस के, और उसके बाद इस काम को एज ए अर्बन सेक्रेटरी हमने अर्बन डेवलपमेंट फंड से इसको सैंक्शन करवाया ताकि उसको जो है जो हमारे दिल्ली विकास प्राधिकरण है उनके माध्यम से काम हो सके। अभी मैं पूछ रहा था शासनी साहब से कि उसका कैसा प्रगति चल रहा है, आप बताया कि अभी ऑलरेडी उसके ऊपर काफ़ी सारा काम चल रहा है। क्योंकि प्लांट्स केवल हम एक प्लांट के रूप में देखते हैं, उसकी इतने सारे उपयोग हैं। मैं तो धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपके जो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के मिनिस्टर साहब हैं, जिनके अंडर में CSIR आता है, और CSIR में उन्होंने कहा कि 1 वीक 1 लेबोरेटरी, एक सप्ताह एक लेबोरेटरी के बारे में, एक प्रयोगशाला के बारे में। मतलब वहाँ पे लोगों को इस बात का एक्सपोजर हो। लेबोरेटरी में आप बहुत सारी चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, करते जा रहे हैं। हमारे वैज्ञानिकों में पहले बार तो इस अमृत काल में या अमृत काल के पहले जो पिछले 9-10 सालों में हमारे देश में जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो एक सोच है, पहले बार हमारे देश के वैज्ञानिकों को अपने काम के ऊपर भरोसा हुआ, अपने काम के ऊपर उनको एक इज्जत, एक गर्व महसूस हुआ। नहीं तो अगर कोविड जैसी महामारी आती तो हम तो दुनिया के सामने हाथ लेके घूमते रहते कि कहाँ से हमें वैक्सीन मिल जाए। और शायद अगर वैक्सीन कभी मिल भी जाती तो शायद हम 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन कभी नहीं लगा पाते, और वो नहीं लगा पाते तो शायद आज जो जब कोविड दोबारा फिर से कोरोना जगह जगह जो दस्तके दे रहा है तो हिंदुस्तान की सरहद पे आके भाग जा रहा है, वो शायद नहीं हो पाता। ये तो हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को उनका श्रेय जाता है, और उनसे बड़ा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का श्रेय जाता है। उन्होंने उनके ऊपर इतना बड़ा विश्वास जमाया, आप कर सकते हो। पहले बार हमारे यहाँ पे 2-2 किस्म की नई वैक्सीन बनाई गई, और न केवल हमने अपने देश में 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन लगाया, बल्कि दुनिया के तमाम सारे देशों को, 100 से ज़्यादा देशों को वैक्सीन हमने एक्सपोर्ट किया, उन्हें कितने लोगों को फ्री में दिया। ये हमारे लिए एक वैक्सीन डिप्लोमेसी जिसको कह सकते हैं, जिसके माध्यम से लोगों में एक आपका गुडविल हमारे देश के बारे में बनाने का बहुत बड़ा काम आया। वो जो वैज्ञानिकों के ऊपर जो जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो एड्रेस करते हैं तमाम सारे फोरम्स पे, उस पर उनके द्वारा उनसे इच्छा होती है कि कैसे हम लोगों की ज़िंदगी को आसान करने के लिए क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, कैसे कर सकते हैं। आज का जो तीसरे दिन की आपकी कार्यशाला है वो है प्लांट बायोडाइवर्सिटी के ऊपर, सिस्टमेटिक्स के ऊपर और हर्बेरियम के ऊपर। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपने पूरा हर्बेरियम का, मुझे पहले बार पता चला। इसके पहले तो मैं जो बाबा रामदेव जी का जो हरिद्वार में पतंजलि पीठ है वहाँ बना हुआ, वहाँ मैं गया। उन्होंने बालकृष्ण जी जो उनके वैद्य जी हैं, वैद्य जी ने बड़े गर्व के साथ मुझे बहुत सारा हर्बेरियम की चीज़ें दिखाई, कितने किस्म के प्लांट है और एक एक चीज़ का उन्होंने डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया हुआ है। मुझे इतना गर्व महसूस हुआ, इतना बढ़िया जो उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, हर एक प्लांट के बारे में, उसका बीज कैसा होता है, उसका फूल कैसा होता है, उसके जो स्टेम कैसा होता है, प्लांट कैसा होता है, उसके बारे में जानकारी कहाँ कहाँ मिलता है, कैसे मिलता है, ये पूरी जानकारी उन्होंने इतना बढ़िया वहाँ पे कर रखा है। मुझे देख करके बड़ा गर्व महसूस हुआ था। ये मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 2-3 साल पहले, जब मैं वहाँ पे जब अर्बन सेक्रेटरी था और मैं कभी किसी कार्यक्रम के लिए उत्तराखंड गया हुआ था, तो वहाँ से गया तो उन्होंने इस चीज़ को जब मुझे दिखाया, देख के बहुत अच्छा फील हुआ कि देखो हमारे देश में इतना बड़ा काम चल रहा है। क्योंकि ये हम अपने जनरेशन्स के लिए एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे प्लांट्स आएंगे और आकर के चले जाएंगे, ख़त्म हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, जिस प्रकार की चीज़ें बदल रही हैं, बहुत सारे प्लांट्स भी, बहुत सारी स्पीसीज भी सारी खत्म होती चली जाती है, गेट एक्सटिंक्ट। आज हमारे ऑलरेडी हमारे पास लिस्ट है, इतने सारे जो हैं, जो कि रेड लिस्ट में है, ये येलो लिस्ट में, ये ग्रीन लिस्ट में, इतने सारे प्लांट्स खत्म होने वाले हैं, खत्म हो सके, खत्म हो जाएंगे अगर हमने उसको ध्यान नहीं दिया तो। क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से परिवर्तन, जलवायु परिवर्तन हो रहा है, उसमें सर्वाइव नहीं कर सकते। तो यहाँ पे हर्बेरियम का इतना बड़ा महत्व, और मुझे जान के खुशी हुई। लगभग 3 लाख, आपने कुछ 2 लाख समथिंग, लगभग 3 लाख जब मैं अंदाज कर रहा था कि लगभग 3 लाख जब आपको सुना मैंने, 3 लाख हर्बेरियम का आपका यहाँ पे पूरा है। और ये बताया कि हिंदुस्तान का नंबर 1 तो हमारे संजप्पा साहब ने बना रखा, बोटेनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में। पता नहीं नंबर 2 कौन है, मालूम नहीं मुझे, बट नंबर 3 और दुनिया में भी इतना सारा चीज़। तो ये आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए आप एक बहुत बड़ा चीज़ आप दे करके जा रहे हैं। मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। जब मेरे पास शास्त्री साहब आए थे, मैंने आपसे रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि हमारे प्रदेश में किस किस किस्म के प्लांट्स होते हैं, अगर इसका आप एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कर दें। मैं आपको सर धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आज मुझे आपने बुलाया, और हमारे प्रदेश के जो प्लांट्स का पूरा वैरायटी है, मुझे पता चला कि 5,000 का ऑलमोस्ट 6,000 के आसपास जो नंबर आपने बताया, इतने किस्म के स्पीसीज़ को आपने पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट कर दिया। और डॉक्यूमेंट करने से सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा होता है कि वो प्लांट्स को हम आगे के लिए उनको बचा सकते हैं, उनके उपयोग के बारे में सोच सकते हैं। अगर ये हमारे पास रिकॉर्ड नहीं तो वो तो हम बहुत सारी चीज़ वन आउट ऑफ साइट हो जाता है। घर में ही अगर आप कोई सामान रखे और उसके बाद 2-4 चीज़ सामने दिखती है और 10 चीज़ जो नहीं दिखती, धीरे धीरे वो हमारी कूड़ा बन जाती है। ये आपने इसको बहुत बड़ा चीज़ है, धन्यवाद आपको मैं देना चाहूँगा। और ई फ्लोरा पूरे प्लांट्स का जो है आपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वर्जन जो इसको दे दिया, उससे भी बहुत सारा लाभ मिलेगा। तमाम सारे हमारे जो बॉटनी के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, पूरे हमारे प्रदेश में नहीं बल्कि पूरे देश भर में जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, उनको डायरेक्टली अगर एक्सेस होगा तो बहुत सारी जानकारी यहाँ पे, क्योंकि एनवायरमेंट जो हमारा CSIR का बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट एक लेबोरेटरी है, बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट ये वैज्ञानिकों का जमावड़ा है, जहाँ पे ये बैठ करके प्लांट्स के हर चीज़ के बारे में जानकारी करते हैं। प्लांट्स हमारे ज़िंदगी का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण एक अंग होता है, जिससे किस्म किस्म की चीज़ें, जैसे कि हमारा सर्वाइवल ही प्लांट्स के ऊपर होता है। जो पूरा का पूरा एग्रीकल्चर, वो सारे प्लांट्स ही तो हम सारे के सारे प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। हमारा सर्वाइवल, चाहे हमारा फूड हो, चाहे हमारा कपड़ा हो, हमारी हर चीज़ की आवश्यकता इन प्लांट्स ही तो मिलती। उनके बारे में जो आप रिसर्च करते हैं, एग्रीकल्चर को थोड़ा सा अलग कर दें, बट एग्रीकल्चर के अलावा बाकी जितने सारे प्लांट्स हैं, मैं सोचता एग्रीकल्चर के भी कुछ प्लांट्स का आप जरूर करते होंगे, हॉर्टिकल्चर का पूरा प्लांट्स, ये सारे के सारे जो जितने किस्म के प्लांट्स हैं उसके बारे में अध्ययन करते हैं, उनकी अलग अलग किस्म के उपयोग होते हैं। जो कि जब मैं आपकी प्रदर्शनी देख रहा था कि चाहे वो कपड़ा बनाने की चीज़ हो, चाहे उसको खाने की चीज़ हो, या खाने का बर्तन की चीज़ हो, या बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो हमारे तमाम सारे उपयोग की चीज़ें, उन सारी की सारी चीज़ों को, जो पैकेजिंग आज की डेट में जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो गया है कि हम इसको जो है स्वच्छ भारत मिशन जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने शुरू किया 2014 से, तो हमने शुरू किया रिड्यूस, रीयूज़ और रिसाइकिल। रिड्यूस, रीयूज़ एंड रिसाइकिल, बट हम चीज़ों को कैसे रिसाइकिल कर सकते हैं, कैसे कूड़े कम पैदा कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम इसको जो है रीयूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो उसके बारे में अभी आपका जो बायोडिग्रेडेबल पैकेजिंग मटेरियल आपने उसमें देखा कि इसको बना रहे, इतने किस्म की चीज़ें जो आपकी जो चीज़ें बना रहे प्लांट्स को लेकर के, उसके आधार पर इतना सारा नई संभावनाएं खड़ी होती। खुशी हुई जान करके कि 108 पेटल्स का आपने, अभी जब आपकी सेक्रेटरी साहब आई थी मैडम, तो सेक्रेटरी साहब से भी आपने उसको लॉन्च कराया। 108 पेटल, अभी तो सामान्य तौर पे जो आपका जो कमल का फूल होता है, कमल के फूल में कितने होते हैं, मुश्किल से 15-20, मैं समझता हूँ कि सामान्य तौर पे 20-25 आपके जो पेटल्स होते हैं। यहाँ आपने 108 पेटल का जो कमल को आपने न केवल पैदा किया, बल्कि पैदा करके उसका उपयोग भी, उसका इत्र कैसा बनेगा, उसको आपने डॉक्यूमेंट करके फाइनली अब ये मार्केट में चला जाए। बहुत सारे लोग 108 पेटल का पैदा करेंगे। और मुझे तो जब बारिक साहब थे, आपको यहाँ पे जब मैं आया था पीछे एक बार, सुबह मैंने संडे के दिन मैंने कहा कि मैं चलता हूँ पूरा आपके सारे देखने के लिए, मुझे तब आपने बताया था कि 1008 पेटल्स की आप जो कमल बनाने जा रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। 1008 पेटल्स, ये अपने आप में कितनी बड़ी ताकत होगी, कितनी बड़ी चीज़ होगी। 1008 पे सोच करके सीरन हो जाती है। तो आप में ताकत तो बहुत है, बहुत कुछ चीज़ें आप कर सकते हैं, और ये करने का वक्त है। जो चीज़ें आप लोग कर रहे हैं, ये करने का, जब हमने बताया कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का कितना विश्वास है हमारे वैज्ञानिकों के प्रति, कितना विश्वास है कि वो हमारे लोगों के ज़िंदगी को किस तरह से बदल सकते हैं, कितने प्रयोग में चीज़ों को ला सकते हैं। पहले बार CSIR की लेबोरेटरीज जो आपका डायरेक्टली उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑन ग्राउंड हो रहा है। ये तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें लेबोरेटरी बना करके, रिसर्च कर करके, किताबें लिख करके आपकी सारी लेबोरेटरी की किताबें पड़ी हुई थी, उनका कोई उपयोग नहीं होता था। अब कोई सोच सकता है कि उसको कैसे उपयोग में ला सकते हैं, सामान्य तौर पे ला सकते हैं, और इस उपयोग में ला करके लोगों को कैसे जीवन को, आपने देखा कि टूथपेस्ट से लेकर के आपका हेयर ऑयल से लेकर के इतने सारे किस्म के प्रोडक्ट आपने वहाँ मुझे प्रदर्शित किया। या कैसे कपास के उसको जो है, माने GM तो आपको GM कपास तो है ही है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ उत्पादकता कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, कैसे आज जो हम अगर किसी चीज़ से 100 क्विंटल ले रहे हैं, 100 क्विंटल से 500 क्विंटल कैसे कर सकते हैं, इसकी पॉसिबिलिटी है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी संभावना बनती है हमारी, जो बायोडाइवर्सिटी के लेकर के जो हमारी बहुत सारी संभावनाएं बनती हैं, और उन संभावनाओं के ऊपर काम करने के लिए आपको मौका मिला, क्योंकि आज वो वक्त है जबकि आपके इस काम की इज्जत होगी। आप उस काम को सीधे कॉमर्शियल प्रोडक्ट में आप उसे कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं, और कन्वर्ट करके उससे बहुत सारी चीज़ें मार्केट में ला करके लोगों को, या तो उनका जो है एक्सेसिबिलिटी इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं, अफोर्डेबिलिटी इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं, क्वालिटी उसका इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं, उसकी लाइफ उसकी इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं। कि कोई चीज़ अगर लाइफ उसकी केवल, अगर उसकी लाइफ से किसी चीज़ की 1 साल की, कैसे उसकी लाइफ को लोग 2 साल बढ़ा सकते हैं। कैसे मैंने किसी चीज़ के बारे में जितने सारे एलिमेंट्स हैं उन सारी चीज़ों पे आप वर्क कर करके अलग किस्म से अलग अलग चीज़ें कर सकते हैं। पब्लिक में भी आज उसकी आशा जगी। आज जो है पहले बार आज हमारा देश स्टार्टअप का हब बन रहा है। हमारा देश इनोवेशन के लिए पहले बार हमारे इंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को जो है एक इज्जत मिल रही। नए इंटरप्रेन्योर्स आगे आ रहे हैं जो कि आकर के पहले तो मैं आईआईटी कानपुर का पढ़ा हुआ, आईआईटी से हम निकलते तो सीधे हमारा होता था कि हम अमेरिका चले जाएंगे। ज़्यादातर हमारे साथ लोग अमेरिका चले गए, वहीं बस गए, वहीं के हो गए। जो रह भी जाते थे वो कहीं इधर उधर हो जाते थे। लेकिन आज मैं देखता हूँ कि आईआईटी के बच्चे अमेरिका नहीं जाते। आज वो नई अपॉर्चुनिटी यहीं पे स्टार्टअप के रूप में देखते हैं। आज हमारे एनआईटी के बच्चे जो है नई अपॉर्चुनिटी, क्योंकि ऐसा इकोसिस्टम बन गया, उस इकोसिस्टम में उनको पहले बार सरकार की तरफ से इस तरह प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है कि जिससे कि वो नए नए प्रोडक्ट लेके आना चाहते हैं। तो एक तरफ लेबोरेटरी है जो कि नई सोच, नई चीज़ें, नई संभावनाएं निकाल रही है। दूसरी तरफ वो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है जो कि उन चीज़ों को निकाल करके उसको मार्केटेबल करना चाहते हैं। उसे इंक्यूबेट करते हुए, इंक्यूबेट करेंगे, आपके उस आइडिया को इंक्यूबेट करेंगे, फिर उसको जब मार्केट रेडी करेंगे, फिर मार्केट में लॉन्च करेंगे। इसके लिए पूरी पॉसिबिलिटी बनेगी। तो ये ऐसा संगम बना हुआ कि जिसमें हमारे लोगों को और अधिक सोचने की बात है कि हम क्या क्या चीज़ें कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम चीज़ों को कर सकते हैं। हमारा प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश, जैसे कि हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी जिस प्रकार से एक नई सोच के आधार पर उत्तर प्रदेश को जो विकसित देश बनाने का है, आज उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित उत्तर प्रदेश बनाने के लिए अगर देश की व्यवस्था माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लक्ष्य 5 ट्रिलियन का रखा, उत्तर प्रदेश का लक्ष्य $1 ट्रिलियन का रखा गया। उसका 1/5 20% उसका जो जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन जो हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश से आएगा, वो कहाँ से आएगा? अगर बिजनेस एज यूजुअल से नहीं आ सकता। बिजनेस एज यूजुअल अगर होगा तो 5% 10% तो ग्रोथ होता ही होता है। हमें एक क्वांटम जंप करना है, और क्वांटम जंप करना है इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्टिविटी, क्वांटम जंप करना है इन टर्म्स ऑफ यूजेबिलिटी, क्वांटम जंप करना है इन टर्म्स ऑफ मल्टीपल यूजेस। बहुत सारी चीज़ हमको क्वांटम जंप करना है कि जैसे वैल्यू, जो वैल्यू आज हमको प्राप्त होता है उससे कहीं ज़्यादा वैल्यू मिले। किसानों को जितना उनको उपज से पैसा मिलता है उससे कहीं ज़्यादा उनको उपज का पैसा मिले। कैसे मिल सकता है उसके बारे में आप लोग सोच सकते हैं। अगर एक बार सोचिए, आप ऐसे बहुत लोग किसानों के बेटे होंगे, बहुत सारे लोग, मैं खुद एक किसान का बेटा हूँ। मैंने गांव में पैदा हुआ, गांव में पहला 12 साल में अपने गांव में ही पढ़ा लिखा। उसके बाद में निकल करके शहर में पहले बार 12 साल की उम्र में मैं अपने गांव से शहर में पहुंचा। तो मुझे गांव का मालूम है कि गांव पे किसान का क्या हालत है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों को मालूम होगा। क्या हम ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं किसानों को, हम उनकी जब हम बायोडाइवर्सिटी की बात करते हैं तो उस बायोडाइवर्सिटी के माध्यम से क्या हम उनकी आय को बढ़ा सकते हैं? क्या हम औषधि, जो हमारी जो औषधि या एरोमेटिक, मेडिसिनल या एरोमेटिक हमारे जो प्लांट्स है उसके माध्यम से क्या उसकी उपज को हम बता सकते हैं कि अगर उसके पास अगर 4 बीघे ज़मीन है तो 4 बीघे में 1 बीघा ये सब सारा का सारा काम कर सकता है? क्या आपको मालूम है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में आज 85% ज़मीन हमारी जो कृषि योग्य ज़मीन है वो सिंचित है। हिंदुस्तान में किसी राज्य में इतना नहीं है। जो उत्तर प्रदेश में जितना पानी उपलब्ध है इतना पानी किसी प्रदेश में उपलब्ध नहीं है। 85% हमारी ज़मीन सिंचित है। उत्तर प्रदेश ऐसा भगवान के द्वारा, प्रकृति के द्वारा इतना मैं कहूँगा कि उसको आशीर्वाद मिला हुआ है कि जो हम 6 ऋतुओं की बात करते हैं वो सारी 6 ऋतुओं आप यहाँ अनुभव करते हैं। बाकी लोग तो किताबों में पढ़ते होंगे कि 6 ऋतुओं के बाद किताबों में पढ़ते होंगे कि अब ये शिशिर है तो अब ये शरद ऋतु है, तो शिशिर और शरद का अंतर जो है उत्तर प्रदेश में आपको मिल सकता है। बहुत सारे राज्यों में आपको शिशिर और शरद का अंतर नहीं मिलता। बहुत सारे राज्यों में तो गर्मी और सर्दी का भी नहीं पड़ता। और जब ये हमारी विविधता है, ये नेचर का पार्ट है, ये नेचर का पार्ट है। क्या हम उस नेचर को लाभ ले सकते हैं? आज हमारे सामने जो है क्लाइमेट चेंज एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती बनी हुई। जिस प्रकार से क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, जिस प्रकार से जलवायु परिवर्तन हो रहा है, अभी आपने 2 दिन पहले देखा कि जिस प्रकार से इतना बड़ा जल प्लावन हुआ, इतना बड़ा जो है एक क्लाउड बर्स्ट हुआ हिमाचल प्रदेश में, थोड़े हमारे जो उत्तराखंड में जल प्लावन हुआ, उससे कितना सारा नुकसान हुआ। क्या हम उसको, प्रकृति को इस बचाने के लिए हम ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं जिससे कि हम क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में इन प्लांट्स के माध्यम से ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं? अगर आप सोचेंगे तो ज़रूर आपको जवाब मिलेगा, क्योंकि आप वैज्ञानिक हैं। आपको सोचने का तरीका बिल्कुल एक नए नए तरीके से सोचेंगे, नए तरीके से उसका जवाब आप निकालेंगे। आपको जानकारी होगा कि उत्तर प्रदेश में इस साल हमने 36.5 करोड़ प्लांट्स लगाए। कल हमने इसको ट्वीट किया, अगर आप कोई ट्वीट देखते होंगे, 22 जुलाई को हमने 30 करोड़ से ज़्यादा प्लांट लगाए थे, जिसको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मन की बात, जो पिछली मन की बात की थी, उसमें उसको अप्रिशिएट भी किया था कि कैसे उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों ने मिल करके 30 करोड़ से ज़्यादा प्लांट एक दिन में लगाया, जो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा शानदार कीर्तिमान है। कल 15 अगस्त के लिए हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने लक्ष्य हमारा 5 करोड़ का रखा था, कल हमने 6 करोड़ प्लांट लगाए पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में। ये जो हमने प्लांट्स हम जो लगा रहे हैं, उस प्लांट्स में हर किस्म के प्लांट्स हम लगा रहे हैं, उसमें आप तो प्लांट के ही मास्टर हैं। आप क्या ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश की इस चीज़ को हम ऐसा कुछ बनाए जिससे उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों के जीवन बिल्कुल बदल जाए, जीवन उनका सुधर जाए, जीवन में उनको नई नई चीज़ें आ जाए। उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों का जीवन सुधरने के पहले आप अपने खुद का जीवन देख लीजिए कि आपका जीवन कैसे सुधरेगा, क्योंकि कोई भी वैज्ञानिक किसी प्रश्न को अपने आप को पूछता है और उसके बाद उसका जवाब निकालने की कोशिश करता है। इसीलिए मैंने कहा कि आप में बहुत सारे लोग किसान के बेटे होंगे, सोचते होंगे कि हमारे किसान पिता का कैसे इनकम बढ़ सकती है, कैसे किसान की बेटा मैं बेटा बेटी में फ़र्क नहीं करता। जब मैं बोलता हूँ तो बेटा और बेटी दोनों को जोड़ के बोलता हूँ, इसे न्यूट्रल, इसे जेंडर न्यूट्रल, ठीक है। बहुत अच्छी बात है, अच्छा लगा तुमने बोला, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। तो ये आप उस दृष्टिकोण से अगर आप सोचेंगे तो आपको बहुत सारे जवाब मिलेंगे। और यही अमृत काल है, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं अमृत काल, उस अमृत काल का यही मतलब है कि हमें हर दृष्टिकोण से, वैज्ञानिकों को अपने तरीके से, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को अपने तरीके से, किसानों को अपने तरीके से, जो कल पंच प्रण की बात की, सब जगह पंच प्रण का शपथ दिलाया होगा। मैं समझता हूँ शास्त्री साहब ने भी आप लोगों को पंच प्रण की शपथ दिलाई होगी। उस पंच प्रण का जो 5वां प्रण वो है कि अपने कर्तव्य भावना को समझना। हर कोई अपने कर्तव्य भावना को समझे, और उस कर्तव्य भावना को समझ करके जब वो आगे बढ़ेगा तो निश्चित तौर पे हमारा देश 2047 में जब देश आज़ादी का 100 साल मना रहा होगा तो हम एक विकसित देश होंगे, एक आत्मनिर्भर देश होंगे। हम न केवल इंडिया फॉर इंडिया बट इंडिया फॉर ग्लोब, यूपी फॉर यूपी नहीं बल्कि यूपी फॉर इंडिया एंड यूपी फॉर द ग्लोब। हम यूपी में वो पैदा करेंगे, हमारे लोगों को तो काम आएगा। हम यूपी में वो पैदा करेंगे जो हमारे देश में काम आएगा। हम यूपी में वो पैदा करेंगे जो दुनिया में काम आएगा। हम एक आत्मनिर्भर उत्तर प्रदेश बनेंगे, आत्मनिर्भर देश बनेंगे। ये हमारा 2047 का सपना है, और उसको पूरा करने के लिए आपकी जिम्मेदारी खास तौर से बनती है, क्योंकि आप लोग सारे के सारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं। आप इस बात के लिए देखते, और मुझे देख करके बड़ा अच्छा लगा। आपकी सारी प्रदर्शनी जो मैं देखा, उस प्रदर्शनी को देख करके बहुत अच्छा फील हुआ। मैं अपनी बात को ख़त्म करना चाहूँगा। आपका तीसरा जो टॉपिक है, 3 बातें आपने रखा, बायोडाइवर्सिटी, हर्बेरियम और सिस्टमेटिक्स। जो सिस्टमेटिक्स है, जिसको आपने मुझे दिखाया, वहाँ पे कार्ल वॉन लेनियस की जो आपने तस्वीर दिखाई, और उसके साथ आपने पूरा उसका एक दिखाया कि किस प्रकार से उन्होंने एक तरीके से उसको कैसे चीज़ों को क्लासिफिकेशन करने का एक फॉर्मूलेशन निकाला। मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि मुझे अपने हिंदुस्तानी सिस्टम पे बहुत गंभीरता से मुझे विश्वास है, काफ़ी विश्वास है, क्योंकि मैं जहाँ भी देखता हूँ मुझे लगता है कि हमारे ऋषि, हमारे मुनि बहुत वैज्ञानिक थे, बहुत दार्शनिक थे। उन सारी चीज़ों को देख लेते थे जो आज हम तमाम सारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट के बावजूद हम नहीं देख पाते। आपको जान करके खुशी होगी कि जीरो का आविष्कार हिंदुस्तान में हुआ था। आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि जो हमारा एटम है, एटम के बारे में जानकारी हमारे देश में हुई थी। आपको इतनी सारी चीज़ें हमारे देश में हुई हैं जो कि दबाई हुई है, हमें उसका ज्ञान नहीं है। उसके बाद जो गुरुत्वाकर्षण के बारे में, गुरुत्वाकर्षण आप लोग न्यूटन का नाम सुनते हैं, लेकिन न्यूटन से बहुत साल पहले गुरुत्वाकर्षण की बात तो हमारे ग्रंथों में कब से उसकी बातें हो रही हैं। गुरुत्वाकर्षण की सारी चीज़ें उसके बारे में, रिलेटिविटी के बारे में, बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो कि हमें एक जो हमारे पंच प्रणों में एक प्रण माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखा, जो दूसरा प्रण क्या है कि गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति। जो 1000 साल की हमारी गुलामी रही, अगर आप देखो 1000 साल पहले आप जाओ, जो गुप्ता पीरियड में जाओ, मौर्य पीरियड में जाओ, हुण पीरियड में, उस पीरियड में अगर आप जाओ तो देखो हिंदुस्तान दुनिया का 30% GDP हमारे देश में होता था। हम इतने सामर्थ्यवान थे, हम इतने सशक्त थे, हम इतने समृद्ध थे, जिसको दूसरे लोग देख करके सोचते थे कि कोलंबस चला तो हिंदुस्तान जाए देखने के लिए कि वो कौन सा सोने की चिड़िया है। वास्को डिगामा यहाँ के चले के देखने के लिए हिंदुस्तान कौन सी सोने की चिड़िया है। हम इतने सारे हमारे चाहे खाने पीने का हो, वेशभूषा हो, हमारी सुरक्षा हो, हर तरीके से हमारे जो जो पानी के जहाज थे वो कहाँ दुनिया भर में आज जा करके देखिए तो दुनिया भर में हम जाते थे, लड़ने नहीं जाते थे, व्यापार करने जाते थे। ये हमारा एक समृद्ध देश हुआ करता था। लेकिन उसके बाद जो एक गुलामी का 1000 साल का दौर चला, उस दौरान हम अपने आप को भूल गए, हम अपनी चीज़ों को भूल गए, हमारी बहुत सारी चीज़ें नष्ट हो गई। क्या हम वापस जाकर के देख सकते हैं कि ऐसा कुछ सिस्टम? मैं आपसे कहना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि मैं एज अर्बन सेक्रेटरी जब मैं आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में लोगों से बात करता था तो बहुत सारा ज्ञान आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में हमारे ग्रंथों में दे रखा। आज वो चीज़ें बाहर निकल रही। क्या आप इसके बारे में जो हमारा सिस्टमेटिक्स है जरूर उसको, मुझे विश्वास है, मुझे जानकारी नहीं है क्योंकि मैंने कहा पहले ही कहा डिस्क्लेमर कि मैं कोई न प्लांट साइंटिस्ट हूँ, न प्लांट का जो प्लांट के बारे में दूर दूर, न मैं बायोलॉजी, मैं तो इंजीनियर हूँ। IIT कानपुर से इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग पास किया, मैंने बायोलॉजी कभी पढ़ा भी नहीं। मैं तो फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री मैथमेटिक्स वाला हूँ, हायर सेकेंडरी तक पढ़ा, सीधा IIT पहुँच गया। लेकिन अपनी चीज़ों को देख के ऐसा विश्वास है मुझे कि जरूर इस बात का जो है हमारे ग्रंथों में हमारा ये ज्ञान भी जो इंडियन सिस्टम ऑफ नॉलेज है, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है, वो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा जो कि हमारे वेदों से है, हमारे पुराणों में है, हमारे शास्त्रों में है, हमारे इतिहास में है, हमारे तमाम सारी जो ऐसी ऐसी किताबें, ऐसी ऐसी पुस्तकें हैं जो कि आज आप जाकर के देखें, उन चीज़ों में अगर कोई रिसर्च करे आपको निश्चित तौर पे, मुझे विश्वास है, आप अगर थोड़ा एक बार कोशिश करके तो देखिए, आपको मिलेगा कि ऐसा कुछ है जिससे, क्योंकि हमारी जो भाषा, जो संस्कृत भाषा है, इतनी वैज्ञानिक भाषा है। आज लोग कह रहे हैं कि कंप्यूटर का जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, संस्कृत के माध्यम से आप बहुत कुछ चीज़ें कर सकते हैं। दिस इज द मोस्ट साइंटिफिक लैंग्वेज इन द वर्ल्ड। कंप्लीट, जैसे कि डिजिटल आप करते हो, बाइनरी आप करते हो, या आपका डेसिमल सिस्टम आप 0 to 9 का सिस्टम करते हो, ऐसे हमारी संस्कृत भाषा है। और किसी भाषा में इतनी वैज्ञानिकता नहीं है। इसकी फोनेटिक्स के बारे में, इसके सिलेबल्स के बारे में, इसके जो लैंग्वेज के बारे में, इसके आपकी जो आप क्या कहते हैं, आप उसकी व्याकरण के बारे में, हर एक चीज़ में इतनी वैज्ञानिक भाषा है। अगर आप देखें तो इसमें इतनी सारी जानकारी मिलेगी। इसलिए मैं कहूँगा जो सिस्टमेटिक्स के बारे में, शास्त्री साहब, मैं आज आपको ये काम दे करके जा रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा अगर इसके बारे में सोचिए, अपने कुछ रिसर्चर्स को लगाइए, देखें उसके बारे में, सोचिए कि क्या ऐसा कुछ है हमारे ग्रंथों में। अगर होगा तो वो आपकी बहुत बड़ी खोज होगी। जैसे होता है कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें, मिनरल्स, मैं माइंस मिनिस्ट्री में ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी हुआ करता था बहुत पहले भारत सरकार में। बहुत सारे मिनरल्स हमारे पास हैं, लेकिन तब तक नहीं है जब तक कि हम उसको खोज न लें। बहुत सारी चीज़ें, बहुत सारे मिनरल्स, अभी थोड़े दिन पहले आपको पता चला कि जो हमारा लिथियम बैटरी को लेकर के जो हम इतने परेशान रहते हैं, वो JNK में हमको बहुत बड़ा खजाना मिल गया। आने वाले समय में हमारा जो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स या जो हमारी जो ये हमारी जो सोलर के बारे में बहुत बड़ा खजाना हमारे पास वहाँ मिल गया। तो वो तब तक हमें नहीं मालूम है जब तक हमसे खोज न लें। आप खोजना चालू करिए, देखिए शायद आपको कुछ जवाब मिल जाए। मैं बहुत बढ़िया, मैं आपको, आप सारे लोगों को आज के दिन आपने बड़ा पेशेंटली मुझे सुना। न मैं वैज्ञानिक हूँ, न ज्ञानी हूँ आपके जैसे। आप सारे लोग बहुत ज्ञानवान लोग हैं और आप लोग निश्चित तौर पे आज आप बायोडाइवर्सिटी, प्लांट बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में, सिस्टमेटिक्स के बारे में और हर्बेरियम के बारे में बहुत सारे चिंतन करेंगे, बहुत सारी बातें करेंगे। आप सबसे मेरा यही निवेदन होगा, जो भी आप बातें करिए, उन बातों के पीछे केवल एक लक्ष्य हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारे माननीय साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के मिनिस्टर साहब ने जो आपको टास्क दिया, 1 वीक 1 लेबोरेटरी का मतलब यह है कि कैसे लेबोरेटरी को धरातल पे ले जाए, कैसे लोगों तक ले जाए। तो आप इससे लोगों का थोड़ा एक एक्सपोजर बढ़ेगा, लोगों को इसके माध्यम से आप लोगों तक जानकारी बढ़ेगी और आपकी लेबोरेटरी में, किताबों में नहीं बल्कि लोगों की ज़िंदगी में पहुंच जाएगी। तो आप जो भी करें उसके पीछे इसी उद्देश्य को लेकर के चले कि कैसे हम लोगों की ज़िंदगी को आसान कर सकते हैं, कैसे लोगों की ज़िंदगी को बेहतर कर सकते हैं। हाउ टू ब्रिंग ईज़ इन लिविंग, लोगों की लाइफ को आसान करेंगे। हाउ टू इम्प्रूव द क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ ऑफ द पीपल, and when you say quality of life of people, it includes you as well. You guys are also one among those who are going to be benefited. I wish you all the very best. आप सारे लोगों को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं कि आज, न केवल आज बल्कि बचे हुए आपके जो अगले 4 दिन की जो वर्क कार्यशाला हो रही है, सारी कार्यशाला आपके जो लक्ष्य आपको माननीय मंत्री जी ने दिया है या भारत सरकार ने जो आपको लक्ष्य दिया, उस लक्ष्य में आप पूरी तरह से आप निपुण हो, उससे पूरा लक्ष्य को आप प्राप्त करें और आगे आपको एक नई दिशा मिले। मेरी आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, अभिनंदन। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for sharing your profound insights and perspectives with us. Due to his other important commitments, our chief guest is making a way from this program. So I request our director to felicitate him with the token of appreciation. This program.
And this concept of 1 week, 1 laboratory is something unique. In fact, it was always in my mind to suggest to the institutes, even in Bangalore, from where I now finally settled down, my hometown, all the research institutions should display or the achievements they have made, and in that highlight those which have societal value. Because then only the income tax payer who is responsible for all these institutions will be satisfied that yes, the money we pay to the government is utilized suitably and properly. Yes, we need to go for basic research. Without basic research, we cannot build. Basic research is something like foundation for a building. So on that we have to build, and not only build, we have to achieve. and not only achieve for our country, we have to ourselves, achieve something at the global level if you want to be a global player. So this is what is required in every research institute. Yes, there are many programs for basic research, but societal value things have to go on. I was just discussing in the morning with some of my friends that yes, we do lot of work, and most of which is for our own self. How much of it goes into the, practice? The humans who are existing on the, not only in our country, in the other countries also. Because any resource on planet Earth is a common resource for the entire humanity. Okay, we have Biodiversity Act and things like that which have come into play for various reasons, but we need to see that when resources are used for the entire humanity on the planet Earth. And these resources, known resources, unknown resources, we do not know whether they are existing or how many of them have gone. But known resources are depleting now. To overuse, overexploitation, this is happening, which the Chief Secretary also has mentioned about it. So we need to see that in a way like live and let live. We need to see that all the resources, whether animal, plant, microbes, they have to exist. We are not here to dominate any of these resources. We are here to see that we all live in a compatible way as we used to do in the past. So over the years, this one single species which dominated the planet Earth has almost finishing. It is like Basmasur. The hand has come almost up to the shoulder level. Now it has to come only on the head. Once that comes, everything goes. And we are seeing the initial effects of these things in terms of climate change. So therefore, these documentations, the books we have released today, and this e-flora, this should have been done. We should have been done. As a former base director, I am telling you that we should have done long ago. But unfortunately, the policies of the government is such that at any given time, the number of scientists are very limited. Opportunities are limited. And today, taxonomy is becoming a extinct species only because we have not created opportunities. How many taxonomists are there in the country? How many states have the taxonomy as a subject? In my own home state, Karnataka, there is no one. Taxonomy is completely rooted out. None of the universities, none of the colleges teach taxonomy. And they don't want anything to develop in taxonomy. There is a biodiversity board, Karnataka Biodiversity Board, like any other states. So for them, I asked one simple question, the chairperson, that whether you know what you are conserving, what you are sustainably utilizing, and what you are, are you getting any benefit sharing out of these resources? They were not having any answer. But we have the Biodiversity Act, which says all these 3 pillars of biodiversity. So we sat down and made whatever that is documented. I requested my former colleagues, Dr. D.K. Singh, Dr. K.P. Singh, and many of my former colleagues. They have helped me in bringing out what you people have brought out in the form of the resources of UP from algae to angiosperms. Microbes nobody has touched, but we are only touching very limited number of microbes. And when I was in DBT as in the steering committee member, it was told one IAM, this Institute of Microbial Technology from Chandigarh, when Professor Chakravarti was there. He was asked to document the country's microbial resources. And you will all be surprised to know, from Chhattisgarh only one microbe was documented. Is it possible? Microbes are most important. They are the ones which laid the foundation for other groups of higher groups of plants and animals. So we need a large number of taxonomies. We have to really, this showcasing, very little is being done, in not only here, even in BSI. BSI entire job, at least you have various other laboratories. BSI we have, totally focusing on the plant surveys. But the problem is the number of scientists at any given point of time. It's not sufficient. So I feel I will not go too much into my talk because I will have to deliver a common talk to all of you. What I want to say is this showcasing of plant diversity, biodiversity, conservation and all these things by an institute like NBRI is something marvelous. It has to be done not only in these institutions, even the university departments have to start doing this. And we have to create, government has to create opportunities for the taxonomists or systematists. Unless they do that, we will see that in front of us, the taxonomy becomes completely extinct. And we will have to send our plants for identification to other countries. And where they will charge, very heavily. So this should not happen. So I am sure CSIR and particularly NBRI lab is one such institution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for valuable words. Now, I request Dr. Ramanuj Narayan, Director, CSR MMT, for his valuable remarks. Over to you, sir.
मंच पर शारीरिक रूप से अनुपस्थित लेकिन अपने ओजस्वी और ज्ञानपूर्वक संदेश के द्वारा उपस्थित आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि ख्याति प्राप्त प्रशासक और हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्य सचिव मिश्रा जी, इस संस्थान के निर्माताओं में से एक, जिनकी योजनाओं से आज हम 1 वीक 1 लैब मनाने जा रहे हैं, वैसे हमारे निदेशक डॉक्टर साने साहब, देश में वनस्पति की क्रांति, उसके उपयोग को दिखाने वाले एक नेतृत्वकर्ता और पूर्व निदेशक BSI कोलकाता के संजप्पा साहब, और हमारे CSIR के वरिष्ठ साथी और इस संस्थान के निदेशक, जिनके कंधों पर जिम्मेवारी है साने साहब के शान को और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, और जो सपना देखा है वनस्पति के रूप में संजप्पा साहब ने, उसको संजोने के लिए, वैसे हमारे निदेशक डॉक्टर अजीत सासने साहब, और इस सभागार में मैं देख सकता हूँ बहुत सारे हमारे मित्र हैं, हमारे जानने पहचानने वाले हैं। जब और संबोधन करूँ सारे वैज्ञानिक गण इस संस्थान के, सारे आमंत्रित इस सभागार में मौजूद प्रेस और मीडिया के लोग, और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी हमारे संस्थान के छात्र छात्राएं, जिनके आधार पर ही हम इसको उत्तरोत्तर बढ़ाते हैं। तो जब मुझे आदेश मिश्रित आग्रह मिला कि आप 1 वीक 1 लैब प्रोग्राम में शामिल हुए, तो मैं सोचा कि मैं यहाँ पर क्या करूँ। केमिकल से आया हूँ, मिनरल मटेरियल्स तक पहुँचा हूँ, लेकिन वनस्पति में क्या करेंगे। लेकिन वनस्पति से जो हमारा व्यक्तिगत जुड़ाव है वो बहुत ही पुराना जुड़ाव है, क्योंकि मैं जब IICT में पॉलीमर करता था तो उसमें मेरी जो सबसे अच्छी जो टेक्नोलॉजीज आई और जो हमने पत्र छापे, उसमें कैस्टर का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है और हम मानते हैं कि आप उसे एक वनस्पति मानेंगे। उससे हमने पॉलीमर बनाया, उससे हमने एडिटिव बनाया, उससे हमने लुब्रिकेंट बनाया, उससे पाइपलाइन कोटिंग बनाया और भारत में सबसे ज़्यादा उत्पादकता जो कैस्टर का है वो भारत में ही होती है पूरे विश्व में, और उसका एक सही इस्तेमाल करने की हमने कोशिश की थी। दूसरी जो मुझे जान पहचान की बात लगी कि जो प्रदर्शनी आपने बनाया है, मैं इस प्रयोगशाला का एक अनन्य प्रशंसक बहुत दिनों से रहा हूँ। जब मुझे भी लखनऊ आने का मौका मिलता था मैं आया हूँ, लेकिन आज जो मैंने देखा आपके प्रदर्शनी में जिस तरह से आपने संजोया है, जिस तरह से आपने वर्गीकृत किया है, वह बहुत आगे तक जाने वाला है। और दूसरा जो हमारा डायरेक्ट वनस्पति से मुकाबला था, उसका एक टेक्नोलॉजी भी हम आपके देखे जो GM कॉटन के बगल में जो कैस्यू नट सेल की बात बताई जा रही थी, तो कैस्यू नट सेल से कार्डनॉल निकलता है और कार्डनॉल से थर्मल इंसुलेशन फोम बनता है और उससे बहुत सारे एडिटिव बनते हैं। तो वो सब काम भी मैंने किया है। तो यह दूसरा जुड़ाव था मेरा। जो तीसरी जुड़ाव की जो बात होती है कि एक हेम्प फाइबर दिखाया हमारे मित्रों ने और क्लोथ बनाने की बात की। जब मैं टाटा कंपोजिट्स में था तो अगर जो हेलीकॉप्टर के आप कंपोजिट पैनल बनाते हैं तो हेम्प फाइबर से हम बनाते हैं और हेम्प को कैसे ट्रीट करते हैं। तो जहाँ वनस्पति है वहाँ केमिस्ट्री है, जहाँ केमिस्ट्री है वहाँ वनस्पति है। दोनों एक दूसरे के ऊपर अन्योन्य आश्रय मौजूद रहते हैं। सोडियम पोटासियम का सोर्स एक आदमी आर्सेनिक को कम करने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि कैसे उसके ट्रांसपोर्ट को रोका जाए। आज जो राणा साहब जो अपने संरचना लेके आए हैं, क्योंकि आज उनकी जिम्मेवारी है कि उनके विभाग का प्रदर्शनी किया जाए, लेकिन जितनी चीज़ें मैंने आज देखी इस प्रदर्शनी में, एक जगह मैंने देखा पोटासियम इनरीच कैसे कर रहे हैं सॉइल को, और उसके साथ ही साथ एक फॉस्फेट है। तो जब मैं पॉलीमर से काम करने के बाद जब मिनरल की जिम्मेवारी मिली, मटेरियल्स की जिम्मेवारी मिली, तो मटेरियल्स में वनस्पति भी है और बिना वनस्पति को मटेरियल जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जो हमारे देश के विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री करते हैं कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात होती है। हमारे महानिदेशिका महोदय अभी कुछ दिनों पहले आके गई हैं। अगर जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, नेट जीरो और इस सब की परिकल्पना करते हैं तो उसमें वनस्पति का बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान है। आप लोगों ने जो संरचना की कभी भी जिस तरह की आज रिलीज किया राणा साहब का सब शुरू का जो संग्रह था, जो उत्तर प्रदेश की वनस्पति हो और देश की वनस्पति हो, अगर जो हम इसको समझ लें तो दवा में भी आएंगे हम, दुआ में भी आएंगे हम, पॉलीमर में भी आएंगे हम, कलर में भी आएंगे हम, हर जगह पर सिर्फ हम ही हम रहेंगे। आज तो मैं पूरा प्रदर्शनी देख चुका हूँ। उसी को कैसा ड्यूरेबल करना चाहिए, कैसा सस्टेनेबल होना चाहिए, बहुत सारे ज्ञान की प्राप्ति हुई। अगर जो मैं व्याख्यान देता जाऊंगा तो दिन भर भी ये कम हो जाएगा, क्योंकि मैंने हर विधा को यहाँ पर देखा है, बहुत अच्छी तरह से देखा है। क्योंकि बेसिकली हम पेंट के साइंटिस्ट हैं और आप पेंट में आप कॉस्मेटिक्स देख सकते हैं कि आप सस्टेनेबिलिटी को सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल हमारी महिलाएं परिलक्षित करती हैं कि आप जो पेंट में है, दीवार पर पेंट लगाते हैं, हाथ पर पेंट जो नेल पॉलिश लगाते हैं और लिपस्टिक लगाते हैं और फाउंडेशन लगाते हैं। तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी का सबसे बड़ा जो योगदान है कि अगर जो आप दीवार पर लगाते हैं तो टॉक्सिसिटी एक लेवल तक टॉलरेट होता है। इसलिए पेंट टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट को दीवार पर कुछ भी लगा दो। लेकिन जब हम उसको नेल पॉलिश के ऊपर लाते हैं तो उसमें थोड़ी सी टॉक्सिसिटी चलती है, थोड़ी सी चलेगी, क्योंकि वो 7 से 8 दिनों तक रहना चाहिए या 10 दिनों तक रहना चाहिए। और जो तीसरी जो यहाँ पर लगाते हैं तो वो खाने में पेट में भी जाए तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो किस तरह का पॉलीमर यूज करते हैं, उसमें सारे सेल्यूलोजिक्स है। जब आप लॉरियल में जाएंगे, जो सरफेक्टेंट निकाले जाते हैं आपके वनस्पति से ही निकाले जाते हैं। हम जो सरफेक्टेंट बनाते हैं तो जो लिपस्टिक में लगाते हैं उसको चूहा भी खाने से कुछ नुकसान नहीं होना। बच्चे को जो जॉनसन बेबी सॉप देखते हैं तो उसमें भी उसी तरह से मीठा मीठा सरफेक्टेंट दे सकते हैं। इसमें थोड़ा सा तीता, थोड़ा सा कसैला चलेगा। दीवार पर पूरा कसैला डाल दीजिए, कोई बात नहीं है। तो अभी जो पेंट टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट के सामने, पॉलीमर टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट के सामने एक चैलेंज जो है, वो चैलेंज है कि किस तरह से आप सिंथेटिक पॉलीमर्स को और प्लांट बेस्ड पॉलीमर को किस तरह से कंप्लीटली नॉन टॉक्सिक बना सकें। दूसरी, एडहेशन बढ़ाना है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर टेम्पररी एडहेशन चाहिए, यहाँ पर भी टेम्पररी एडहेशन चाहिए और वहाँ पर परमानेंट एडहेशन चाहिए। और अभी हमने कुछ फ्लावर से कलर देखे तो कल कैसा सोच सकते हैं, क्योंकि प्लांट भी छुई मुई होता है। अगर जो ऐसा छुए तो छुई मुई में झुक जाता है। वही है सेंसर की परिकल्पना कि ऐसा कुछ प्लांट में हम ऐसा कोई पेंट बना सके क्या। सुबह में हमारी जो गाड़ी है वाइट है, दोपहर में जो गियर को फॉलो करे, क्योंकि मध्यम वर्ग के लोग सिर्फ 1 या 2 कार खरीदा करते हैं। लेकिन अगर जो कलर में क्रांति आ सकती है, आ रही है, जैसे परिकल्पना है उड़ने वाले कार बनाने की, एक परिकल्पना ऐसी भी हो सकती है कलर चेंजिंग कार की। और सेंसिंग तो हो गया कि आपके टच से ही दरवाज़ा खुलते हैं। तो ये सब जो है एक परिकल्पना है। तो जब एक वैज्ञानिक के रूप में, एक छात्र के रूप में, ऑब्जर्वेशन इज द प्राइमरी थिंग दैट व्हाट एवर वी थॉट, इफ वी आर एबल टू, everybody has seen falling of the apple, but who understood Newton? Then so many people, our जगदीश चंद्र बसु जी, जो भी हमारे वनस्पति विज्ञान जिसके लिए आज हम एकत्रित हैं, वो टेलीफोन की बात तो उन्हें की, एक बहुत अच्छा पोस्टर था हमारे पास कि पेड़ भी बात करते हैं। वही बात को सबसे पहले जगदीश चंद्र बसु जी ने पकड़ा था और अब आप लोग पकड़ रहे हैं। तो हमारा भविष्य बहुत ही उज्जवल है, हम उद्योग में बहुत आगे जाएंगे। आपने बहुत सारी दवाओं में बहुत सारे अनुसंधान किए हैं कोरोना के टाइम में, कोरोना के पहले, और अभी भी आपका जो अनुसंधान अनवरत जारी है। तो हम भी जब अभी माइंस की बात कर रहे थे हमारे माननीय मुख्य सचिव महोदय, तो जब ये फॉस्फेट का मैंने देखा तो मेरे भी दिमाग में कुछ, क्योंकि 1 वीक 1 लैब की परिणति तभी है जब यह संदेश आप एक रिसर्चर को देख सके, एक स्टूडेंट को दे सके। तो आज मैं बहुत सारे संदेश के साथ जा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हमारा भी आज जब IMMT में आए तो मैं क्या करूँगा, मिनरल एंड माइट, लॉट ऑफ पीपल वी आर हैविंग लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चन दैट व्हाट ए केमिस्ट कैन डू इन मिनरल्स एंड materials, but when I spoke to them, they understood what I cannot do. So with that intention I am there, and one of the clue I have got from here that I am going to start my group at research group at IMMT that will be known as bioelectrochemistry, and that place your input can be do instead of acid leaching, bioleaching. And in bioleaching, I have seen today that phosphate rock, how this type of fungi, how this type of bacteria can eat rock. When I was at Tata Steel, that time I started working on serpentine rock. In the serpentine, we have put the culture of that water, whatever is coming in the mine's pit, and if we'll put that stone into that, after 2 months it will become a powder. That is the top-down approach that how we will do. Future is going to be of plant, future is going to be of bio, future is going to be of electro. That's why this organo bioelectrochemistry group will be flourishing during my 6-year designated period at CSIR IMMT। एंड मैं अपने बड़े भाई साने साहब और अपने तमाम मित्रों को बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहाँ आने का अवसर दिया, हमारे ज्ञान में संवर्धन के लिए। और एक और चीज़ के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत आपका आभारी और धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि साने साहब हमारे संस्थान में गए थे और हम एक बहुत ही उत्तर प्रदेश के ही चुराई हुई जो डायलॉग है एयरपोर्ट से हमारे संस्थान में चल रहा है कि मुस्कुराइए कि आप IMMT में हैं। ये डायलॉग मैं अपने वैज्ञानिकों के इनकरेजमेंट के लिए चलाया हूँ। मैं अपने पहले संबोधन में बोला था कि मुस्कुराइए कि आप IMMT में हैं। उस मुस्कुराहट में इन्होंने फूल खिलाने का काम किया है और अभी कुछ दिनों पहले बोगनविला का 200 वैरायटी का प्लांट हमारे संस्थान को दिए। तो हमारा संस्थान आपका आभारी है, अनुग्रहित है और उससे आपसे और अपेक्षा है कि हमारे जो अभी मैं 2 महीने लास्ट 2 महीना पहले अपने समझदारी का काम कर रहा था, अभी मैं IMMT में म्यूनिसिपल कमिश्नर के रोल में हूँ नेक्स्ट 2 महीने तक और वो फूल सब आलतू फालतू चले जाएंगे और उसमें सब जगह फूल खिलेंगे और उसमें NBRI और CMAP का बहुत योगदान होना चाहिए और आपका सहयोग और आपका आशीर्वाद हमें मिलता रहे और हम कोशिश करते हैं कि एक ऊर्जा के साथ, एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे मंत्री जी और हमारे महानिदेशिका महोदया ने जो आपको जिम्मेवारी सौंपी है, इस 1 वीक 1 लैब के साथ में अपने पुराने जितने नेतृत्वकर्ता हैं साने साहब सहित उनके संज्ञान को, उनके ज्ञान के भंडार को जिस तरह से आप रिलीज कर रहे हैं, उसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए देश के प्रगति में, हमारे प्रदेश उत्तर प्रदेश की प्रगति में जिस तरह से आपने अपना योगदान दिया है, इस योगदान में आपके नेतृत्व में, आपके शासनकाल में जारी रहना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on link between botany and chemistry. Now, I request our director, Dr. A.K. Shashne, to step forward and felicitate our distinguished guests of honors. Thank you, sir. To formally conclude this event, I shall now call upon Dr. Sanjeeva Naika, Chief Scientist, to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to all. Dignitaries on the dais and the off the dais. And I have a very pleasant duty to perform, that is to propose the vote of thanks. In fact, I thank my senior head of the department, Dr. T.S. Rana, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, we had with us Sri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, Chief Secretary for Government of Uttar Pradesh, this is not the first time that he's visiting NBRI. Earlier also he has visited us, and that shows his humbleness and affection towards the CSR NBRI. I thank him on behalf of the director and behalf of our biodiversity division for sparing some time for today's occasion and gracing the occasion. I thank him again. So the guest of honor for the today's event, we had three eminent personalities: Dr. Ramanuj Narayan, Director CSR IMMT, and you have already heard of him. So although he is a man of chemistry and material science, he has linked plant science very nicely in his talk. And again, I thank him for sparing his time for today's event and making it a very successful event. Thank you, sir. We have with us today Dr. P.V. Sane, former director of CSR NBRI. He keeps visiting us, and he's mentor and fatherly figure for many of us. And whenever he's there at NBRI, he always radiates positive energy. And he has a very good, excellent contribution in developing the biodiversity division of this institute. For example, appointing some of the eminent scientists, eminent personalities as scientists in this institute. I thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. Then we have Dr. M. Sanjappa, former director of Botanical Survey of India. And it's long time that we are seeing him and we are interacting him. And of course, earlier he used to visit NBRI frequently. And although some of us are connected with him through telephonic conversation or email, and after a long time, we are able to meet him physically. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and coming over here. Thank you, sir. We have our leader, Dr. Ajit Kumar Shashne, the force behind this 1 week, 1 lab celebration of the institute. And I thank him because he has given us a free hand for celebrating our day, Biodiversity Day, or even that for matter, 1 week, 1 lab, as per our idea. And he has given us the freedom to invite the people, eminent scientists of our choice, to today's event. That's how we have the big list of eminent personalities, taxonomists, and the biodiversity experts for today's panel discussion. For example, Professor M.K. Janardhanam, Professor S.R. Adav, who is also a member of our Research Council, Professor M. Sabu, Dr. Matthew Dan, Dr. P. Raghavan, and Dr. Sundaresan. Apart from that, our own persons, of course, Dr. D.K. Singh sir is there, and Dr. Upreti sir and K.N. Nair sir. I thank you all for accepting our invitation and being here with us today for this event. And I can see several former scientists of our biodiversity division as well as of the NBRI. For example, I can see Dr. Virendra sir, Tariq Krishan sir, Goyal sir, and Lavanya sir. So there are many, and it's not possible to take the name of all. I thank you all for coming over here and being with us. And then we have scientists from the other CSR laboratories also. You are all, thanks for coming. And moreover, we have about 40 plus young faculties, PG students and research scholars in and around Lucknow. I thank you all for responding to our invitation and coming over here. And especially I thank Professor Munna Singh, head of the Botany Department of Lucknow University, for responding to my request and also sending a large group of faculty as well as the students for this event, led by Professor Alka Kumari for this event. Thank you very much. And I thank all the scientists, technical staff, students, and the helping hands of Biodiversity Division for your relentless efforts in making our event very much visible and successful. I thank all the scientists and the staff of CSR NBRI, especially the people who are in the core committee and the other committees in organizing this whole event. I thank you all, and our administrative staff. It may be COA or the finance officer or the whole department as a general purchase section, finance sections, and all the other sections of the administrative block who are helping us for smoothly conducting this program. Um, then I thank the in charge and the staff of ICT division for their effort in organizing this event. I thank Rajat Rastogi for his. No, he's a one person who is involved in everyday's activities from its beginning. Thank you very much, Rajat. And I also thank all the media persons. You might have seen since few days very nice news coverage is coming regarding the 1 week 1 lab program. I thank all the media persons for covering the NBRI's event. This is a 1 week 1 lab event nicely in their paper. And finally, I thank again Dr. Rana, who is the architect of today's event, for nicely organizing this program and also helping us, guiding us in conducting this program. Um, Thank you all. And if I missed anybody's name, that is not intentional. Thanks again, one and all, for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your concluding remarks. I have a few announcements to make. High tea has been arranged. I request all of you to kindly make your way for a high tea near the parking area. Soon, within 10 minutes, we will all gather back here for a popular science lecture by Dr. M. Sanjappa on the topic Floristic Diversity in India, a overview. So please kindly make your way near the parking area. Please gather back within 10 minutes.
अब आया क्या कंटिन्यू? हाँ मम्मी, हाँ मम्मी बोलो। हाँ हाँ क्या हुआ? पॉइंटर हमारे पास है, पॉइंटर हमारे पास है।
institutes need to register, but you can register after this particular science talk. Moving forward, it is now a privilege to call upon Dr. M. Sanjappa, whose expertise in the realm of floristic diversity, especially his dedication in the legume taxonomy, have left an indelible mark and is widely acknowledged. We are eagerly waiting for insights on the captivating topic entitled Floristic Diversity in India, an overview. Over to you, sir.
बैठिए मत देखते हैं क्या सीन है
I would like to thank Director NBRI, Dr. Sashni, and particularly our friend Dr. T.K. Rana, who have invited me to attend this function and also deliver this so-called popular talk. I won't say it is completely popular talk. It is more of technical than popular. This is very important that we should know at least what diversity we have in our country. And not only in this forum, I have been giving this lecture wherever I go. It is like almost like a touring talkies, because the talkie shifts from place to place and gives the same talk. But every time it gets updated. So this is the talk which I am going to give without wasting much time, because it's already past 1 o'clock or something like that. I should not take much of your time, because I should not stand between you and your sumptuous lunch. Floristic diversity is something which all of you know about it. But how much of diversity which we have compared to the global diversity documented? Okay. Now all of you are aware that plants are one of the Earth's greatest resources. They are the sources for food, medicine, materials of vast economic and cultural importance. And most importantly, they stabilize the ecosystems and form habitats that sustain planets, animal and microbial life. They are also threatened by climate change, which is happening and which we are witnessing now. Environmental factors and human interactions, most importantly, because all these changes are happening because of this last. There are estimated 400,000 species of vascular plants on Earth, with some 10% of them yet to be discovered. But if you look at the way we are discovering, every year 2,000 species across the world on an average. In India, I will tell you how many species are there we are discovering every year. These plants, both known and unknown, may hold answers to some of the world's health, social and cultural problems. A full full inventory of plant life is vital if their full potential is to be realized before many of these species and the possibilities they offer become extinct. So this is what we need to do at a very fast rate. As I mentioned earlier, that we have many species which are disappearing, but we don't know. But we are worried about species which are disappearing after they are known to us, are known to science. In 2002, United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity adopted what is called as GSPC, Global Strategy for Plant Conservation. This was in 2002, and now we are in 2023. In 2010, with the aim of halting loss of species, the world by 2020, we are already in 2023, but we have not achieved even 1% of what we have targeted. Not only our country, the whole world. Very limited effort has been made on this. The adopted GSPC includes 16 targets to be achieved by the year 2020. Of course, this aspect we are fairly comfortable, I would say. Target 1 of GSPC states that need an online flora of all known plants. Although it is not online flora, it is online databases have been really very well developed all over the world. Whatever that we know so far have been there on the online databases. So we are comfortable. We started with, as far as the these higher plants are concerned, we have been comfortable in the sense, and most of the taxonomies and most of the others who are related to taxonomy have been using what we call as the plant list, the world flora, and the plants of the world online. And of course, most importantly, GBIF for the specimens. So these databases have come up very well. Of course, they have to be now populated much by getting the images across the world. So things have been made. What it was in some 20 years ago, when we wanted even a protologue of a species, when we do not have the literature, we had to wait for months and months to get the literature from Europe. And also, all of you are aware that most of our specimens, based on which the flora of British India was written, are the basic material are all stored in the European area. So that was the greatest drawback. Thanks to many of these institutions have been able to put image databases, but again, that is not sufficient for us. We need to have dissected material to identify correctly and to decide upon the status of identification and things like that. Now this is just, I am just giving you one place. If you go to Maharashtra, place called Satara, and particularly the place called Khas Plateau. This is a slide, of course, made from, used from Dr. S.R. Yadav. He is a wonderful photographer, and his student has worked on for a PhD on this particular, the plateaus of Maharashtra state. And if you lay a quadrate of 10 meters by 10 meters in a place like that, the kind of diversity that you see is enormous. And that too, if you go in the month of, say in summers, you will feel that this is a thing that never could be imagined that the plateaus have such flowers, because completely dry and you won't see anything practically. But if you go in the month of September, and it comes to life. And that is one of the World Heritage Sites, and that has been declared. And these are if you lay a quadrate of 10 meters by 10 meters, and this is the kind of diversity. Not only this, you see this much of diversity in one place. And I take this place as an example. I don't say that this kind of a diversity exists in Thar Desert and even cold deserts in Jammu Kashmir. So I don't expect, but overall I give an example that this is the kind of diversity that we have. And imagine India is rightly considered as one of the mega diverse countries. Because India has the representation of all the natural vegetation types on earth in India. Perhaps except for some of the tundra elements, we have practically all the landscapes exhibited in our country. And rightly, as I said, it is one of the mega diverse countries out of these. You can see all the mega diverse countries across plotted in this map. And then if you look at the geography of India, so we are the We are the 7th largest country in the world, and with 52% of with 2% of the world's geographical area covered by us. And we are the 7th largest country, as I mentioned, and 2nd largest in Asia, situated north of equator between this latitude and longitude, with an area of 329 million hectares. And we have a coastline of, we have altitude from sea level to 8,586 meters in the Kanchenjunga peak. And we have a coastline of 7,516 kilometers, covering the mainland island as well as the islands. Then India, being a vast South Asian country encompassing varied landscapes from Himalaya peaks to the Indian Ocean coastline, sustains and supports immense plant diversity or biodiversity. And based on the distribution of the plants, the 14 phytogeographic regions have been demarcated by Dr. R.R. Rao. And of course, this is a modified version of the Hookers, it's a modified version of Clark, it's a modified version of Vishwas. So these are the 3 people who have done this, and this is the 4th and final one. But added to these phytogeographic regions, there are also the animal distribution is also taken into consideration, and you can see that the Wildlife Institute of India, Pawar and Seth, they have 10 biogeographic zones they have demarcated. And these 10 biogeographic zones were further demarcated into 26 biotic provinces based on the distribution of animals and plants. Now, what is this responsible for all this diversity? Not only the altitude, not only the landscapes, but also you see the rainfall regimes range from more than 500 millimeters to 4,000 millimeters. So in some of the deserts, particularly hot desert and cold desert, it is average rainfall may be very, very less. But if you look at the entire landscape of the country, it is so much varied. And these are the temperature regimes across the country. Then, of course, these temperature regimes have to be remodified because of the changing patterns that have happened in the last 2 or 3 decades. And then if you look at the elevation zones, as I already mentioned, the Kanchenjunga peak is having the highest from the almost coastline. Then we have so many 15 agroclimatic zones, which we have modified for the cultivation of crops and other commercial crops. So India has 2.4% of the world landmass of the world, located, most importantly, located at the trijunction of 3 biogeographic reams, Indo-Malayan, Eurasian, and Afrotropical. This is very, very important because Hooker, when he completed the Flora of British India, he wrote a small account of Flora of British India, a summary account. In that he mentions that India doesn't have its own flora. And whatever that we have has come from Indo-Malayan region, Eurasian region, and the Afrotropical region. But we have proved him wrong because over the surveys over the last 50 years or so, we have made a number of new endemic species and genera, and of course now we don't have even a single endemic family, but I will tell you later as to what happened to one endemic family that has been described from our country. Then we have the 12% of the recorded global floristic diversity is with us. One of the 18 mega diverse countries in the world shares 4 of the 36 global hotspots that we have in the world. Now, these are the global biodiversity hotspots of the world. Regions, these hotspots are regions that contain at least 1,500 species of vascular plants, that is about less than 5% of the world's total as endemics, and have lost, most saddest thing, and have lost 70% of the original habitats. So on one side, plant diversity here, yes, we have in our country, we are very happy. But on the other side, these so-called hotspots, the entire Himalayas, the Western Ghats, the Northeast India, the Andaman Nicobar Islands. So we have lost 70% of the original habitats. So you can imagine, we don't know. We only talk about recorded biodiversity, animals, plants, and microbes. But we don't know about what has already disappeared because of our interventions. Now these are the biodiversity hotspots all over. See, almost 50% of the diversity of plants and animals are concentrated on these parts of the globe. So all these global hotspots are located in these areas. Now India, you see, the Himalaya is one hotspot, Northeast India, south of Brahmaputra Valley is another spot, and Indo-Sri Lankan, another hotspot, and of course, this Nicobar group of islands, which is totally different, in fact, in terms of the floristic diversity or even animal diversity, is quite different from the Andaman group of islands. So therefore, the Nicobar group of islands are treated with, along with the Sundaland hotspot of the Indo-Malayan region. Now these are the 4 hotspot areas. So I will not go into the details. I want to say that this Himalayan hotspot, partly we share with Afghanistan, partly with Pakistan, entirely with Nepal, and partly with China, and partly with Burma. So this, and of course entire Bhutan. So this is the Himalayan hotspot area. Whereas the Indo-Myanmar or Indo-Burma hotspot, which we share with several other Indo-Chinese countries, but in India, it is south of Brahmaputra Valley, entire Northeast India, and the Andaman group of islands. That is the one which we have. Whereas the Indo-Sri Lankan hotspot, it clearly shows that India and Sri Lanka were part of, before the Gondwana land, separated, these were part of India only. So the floristic diversity in Sri Lanka, for a long time it was thought that no, being an island, like any other island group like Madagascar or even Hawaii Islands, where the endemism is almost like 70 to 90%. That's the kind of diversity that they have. So there was a feeling that Sri Lanka is like that, and they have listed large number of endemics. Now these large number of endemics to Sri Lanka are being discovered from southern part of India, in the Western Ghats. Majority of them have been discovered now. The number of, that clearly shows that India and Sri Lanka were part together in the past. Now diversity, why I am talking about all this diversity? Because diversity, the range of diversity is identified as ecosystem diversity, species diversity, and genetic diversity. So now I will partly give you an idea about the ecosystem diversity and details about the species diversity. Genetic diversity I am not touching at all, because very limited work has been done in our country, or in most of the countries for that matter, except for some of the commercial crops and related species. They have worked out genetic diversity. But general, the wild plant diversity, genetic diversity, the intraspecific diversity has not been touched upon. Now coming to ecosystem diversity, we have forest ecosystems, grassland ecosystems, wetland ecosystems, coastal and marine ecosystems, and then we have desert ecosystems, which includes hot deserts and cold deserts. Now coming to forest ecosystem, you see this is the dominant component of vegetation in our country, or for that matter most countries where the vegetation occurs. Leave aside some of these West Asian countries. 21.71% of the geographical area in our country as per the FSI 2022 report. But the national policy or the international policy to have the forest percentage should be minimum 33.33%. So now the tree cover is taken into consideration and they are calculating in such a way, and therefore we are showing, we are getting this 21.7%, 71%, but actually it is much less. Just we want to show that we have more forest area, but most of these forest areas again being attacked by the human beings in many ways. They're diverting the forest area. We have policies, we have laws, we have a forest, Indian Forest Act, one of the oldest acts. But in spite of that, forests are being diverted for non-forest activities. So I don't know when we are going to reach this 33.3%, which is internationally accepted. Now, some of the forests, if you go even in Western Ghats or Northeast India, or even Andaman Nicobar Islands, they look like this. So we feel that seeing in some places the forest area, we feel that no, India is very rich in forests. But you have to look at the total geographical area, percentage of the forest cover. All these things, unless we see that, we will not be happy with this kind of forest views. Some of the higher altitudes of Western Ghats, if you go, there are a unique forests called the Shola forest. What you see is the folds of the mountains, you will find that there is unique vegetation which is called Shola forest, and the composition of these Shola forests is very, very unique. And those species which are occurring in Shola forest can never grow in the lower altitudes. They are confined to that and surrounded by what is called as the Shola grasslands. And these Shola grasslands, thinking that these Shola grasslands are wastelands in many, 5 states of Western Ghats, the forest departments, without understanding the ecology of those things, they started planting the exotic species like acacia and eucalyptus. So they have completely spoiled in some of these areas. Now they are removing, they have realized, but after a great damage. Now you see in the foreground, you have a plant which flowers once in 12 years. Neelkurinj, Strobilanthus kuntianus. So the Nilgiris gets the name because of Neelkurinj. And this is a unique sight to see. And in Ervikulam National Park in Kerala, they always, the moment it comes for flowering, there are a lot of tourist attractions. And very unfortunate thing when the tourists go, because in spite of all restrictions, they pull out lots of flowers and throw them in there. Because the flower keeping quality is not very long. Shelf life is very, very little, limited. So this is a mass flowering of the Shola plants, particularly these Strobilanthus kuntianus. This is the riverine forest. This is the Kali forest, Kali River in North Karnataka. So you see the kind of vegetation that we have. Now I have taken undisturbed areas photographs, just to showcase that what kind of vegetation we had in the past. Then these are the plateaus, the Khas plateau which I mentioned. This is the photograph given by Professor Yadav. And you can see the slab of a big, huge rock, about 10 to 15 meters. And it has a very unique vegetation again there. You see if you go in the month of September, this is the kind of, feast of flowers that you get. The entire landscape will be filled with colors. And these colors will change with the domination of a species. So like this, it goes. And not only domination of the species, sometimes there is a mosaic of colors having different species simultaneously flowering and fruiting. Coming to the wet deciduous forest. So we have tropical evergreen forest, then we have wet deciduous forest, then we have dry deciduous forest, which become completely leafless. Of course, you can see that the next one, this is scrub forest during summer, and this is scrub forest after rains. The same scrub forest, rains. This is in Tamil Nadu in the Salem district. And then coming to the coastal area, we have these mangroves. Mangroves are very, very important. They are sentinels of the coastal area. And in fact, after tsunami, Madam Jayalalitha, the then Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, asked if the mangroves have protected the people and beyond the coastal area, why not we plant mangroves all along the coast? So the forest department didn't reply to her, but they kept quiet and they said, yes, madam, we will do it. But little did they know that mangroves will not survive in all the places. They will survive only in estuaries where there is, brackish water, mixing of sweet water and the sea water. Coming to grasslands, about 4% of the total geographical area in our country has grasslands. And these grasslands have supported and sustained the animal life, particularly the cattle. So all of you know that Rajasthan is a desert area, but the cattle population is maximum in Rajasthan. And if you look at the cattle population in the entire country, you will see that they are mostly maximum in the semi-desert area or semi-arid zone areas. So this is one of the important, resources for the cattle graze. Then we have semi-arid pastures of Deccan Peninsula, humid semi-waterlogged areas of Terai belt of the Himalayan foothills, rolling shola grasslands which I mentioned earlier, the shola grasslands in the Western Ghats, high altitude alpine pastures in the Himalayas. And these grasslands, based on the combination of genera, dominant genera, they have been called as the Sehima Dichanthium type, Dichanthium Cenchrus lacerus type, Phragmites saccharum imperator type, Themeda arundinella type, and temperate alpine type altogether. So these are the kind of diversity that we have in terms of grasslands. And some of the grasslands which have become now almost savannas. Originally there was only grassland, but subsequently there is an invasion of so many acacia species into these areas and turning them into the savannas. And these savannas are unique for some of the animal habitats. Just to give two examples, the chinkara, the black buck, and the great Indian bustard bird. So they survive only in these, and many of these areas now converted into various other developmental activities, and there is so much pressure on these grasslands now, particularly in the semi-arid belt, right from Rajasthan down to Kanyakumari. Wetlands. I'll tell you a simple example. If you come to, those of you who have visited Calcutta, in the center of the city, there is a place called Ravindra Sarovar. Ravindra Sarovar is man-made, but it's a beautiful wetland existing for more than about 50 or 60 years. But that is completely man-made. Now we have about 2,175 natural wetlands. Of course, now the satellite mapping has to be redone, because many of the wetlands close to the urban areas have been swallowed already for urban development. And then 65,000 man-made wetlands, and we have last year it has been declared by Government of India many wetlands as Ramsar sites. What are these Ramsar sites? A Ramsar site is a wetland site designated of international importance under the Ramsar Convention. A convention of wetlands known as Ramsar Convention is an intergovernmental environmental treaty established in 1970 in a place called Ramsar in Iran. So from then onwards, it has become an important this thing. But how long? We have seen many wetlands which have been declared as Ramsar sites, but managed very poorly. And because of this poor management, I will give you one or two examples. You see, this is the Koleru Lake in Andhra Pradesh. It was been completely devastated because of the aquacultures. But the Wetland International came heavily on the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, undivided Andhra Pradesh, and then they have restored. They have demolished all the aquatic aquacultures, and they have restored this wetland. And today, more than 5 crore people are dependent on this particular wetland. And the kind of diversity is slowly coming back. Most of this thing had gone. Now slowly it is restoring itself. But still, there are many species which have disappeared, which occur in other wetlands in our country, but they are not there. That combination of, community of species is not there now. This is another wetland, important wetland in the northeast, Loktak in Manipur area. These are what are called as kumdis, or the grassy islands. You can see, even a hut can be built on these islands. They are not connected, they are actually floating. So these wetlands are very unique, not only for plants themselves. There are limited number of species, but they are very important for the diversity of animals that they support. For example, Sangai deer, which is endemic to these islands, this Loktak lake, is found only here and nowhere else in the world. And not only that, there are several fish species which are important, which maintains which feeds the entire Manipur state, are from this particular lake. So this is the kind of diversity that we have in our country in terms of the wetlands. Coming to coastal and marine ecosystems, the mangroves, I need not have to overemphasize. 14% of the geographical area is India is mangroves. 7% of the world's mangroves are with us. And all of you are aware that Sundarban Delta is one of the largest mangrove belt in the world. But we have only 1/3 of mangroves in our country, whereas 2/3 are in Bangladesh. But we are also having in Orissa, Bhitarkanika and other places, Mahanadi Delta, and also some places like Krishna Delta, Kaveri Delta. We have in the delta areas some mangroves patches. But over the years, these patches have reduced and reduced and reduced. Then we have, importantly, sea grasses. Sea grasses are very important. Sea meadows are very, very important for certain animals. Just one example I will give you. The sea cow, or dugang, which occurs in Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve, had disappeared completely just before the declaration of Gulf of Mannar as a Biosphere Reserve. Then, thanks to this year, he got the DFO got of that Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve got the international prize from France for his excellent work which he has done. He restored, not only under his supervision, he remained there for a long time, a local person, and they restored the sea beds. And you will be surprised to know now there is a very good population of sea cows in this. You can imagine, because while trawlers, fish trawlers and nets were coming, they were all, eroding the seabeds, the grassy sea grasses. So it's all gone, but now it has been restored, and activity has been controlled. The fishing activity has been controlled, particularly when the sea catch comes onto the coast. At that time, they have given certain routes and places where they can bring the catches, not all the places, so that this animal can survive. Then coming to hot and cold deserts. Hot desert, 2% of the Indian landmass, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Punjab and Haryana, and of course, I would not hesitate to include even Delhi, new capital territory of Delhi. That is also becoming, because there is a fast spreading desertification in this area. So now all these areas, 2% of Indian landmass is full of this desert area, hot desert area. And the number of species, if you look at Professor Bhandari's book on Indian desert, he covers only about 600 species, less than 600 species. So you can imagine, and that sustains and supports almost 30% of the cattle in India there. So imagine the kind of pressure it has on the desert elements. Then we have cold deserts. Of course, cold deserts are confined to Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh at altitudes between 4,000 and 6,000 meters, where the temperatures goes down to minus 45 degrees and rainfall is only 10 to 70 millimeters. Now we have seen in the Tibetan Plateau, close to Tibetan Plateau, in Sikkim also, we have certain cold desert areas developing. Of course, they are unique in their own way, because the company, the ecosystems, particularly the communities of plant species, the communities of animal species are very unique, and they won't occur anywhere down below. They all occur only in the cold deserts. So now, coming to forest types that we have in our country, and I still follow Champion and Sheth, who made a wonderful survey of ground survey of all the country, entire country, and that classification, although it is now modified by the Indian Forest Survey of India, but this classification still, in me, it really holds good. Because if you go to the areas where they have mentioned these forest types, you will definitely get the community of these species only, and not others. So, although there are, the major types are the tropical forest, subtropical forest, temperate forest, subalpine and alpine forest, but these are further divided into 16 subtypes, and these 16 subtypes have been further divided into 350 types. So, based on their ground survey. This Forest Survey of India is still making the ground survey. So to understand, but they have come out with a new classification of forests in our country. But I strongly feel, because of my experience in many areas, particularly from Andaman to North Sikkim, I have seen that this classification still holds good. Although I will not go into the details, but I must say that we have 18 biosphere reserves, 106 national parks, 567 sanctuaries, 53 tiger reserves, 33 elephant reserves, 105 conservation reserves, and a number of programs that we have to conserve the landscapes at the landscape level conservation. Although we may say that tiger is the umbrella species under which we are covering, but tiger habitat if you cover, and people are now talking about habitat, not single species, because in the habitat it covers a large number of species. Say that the community, if you want to bring to life, if you want to create an ecosystem of that community, it takes ages. It's not possible practically. It is easy to destroy, but to create one, it will take a very long time. So we have made efforts, Government of India is making efforts. Despite that, this is limited to only just little over 5% of the geographical area or forest area. So that is very, very limited. Now, Botanical Survey of India, I have to bring in. It is not just Botanical Survey of India, because it is the oldest organization. Now, slowly, over the period, the university departments, college departments, other institutions like NBRI, even RRL Jammu, RRL Bhubaneswar, many other institutions have joined together to complement BSI's work. And BSI cannot claim that no, we will only do and nobody else should do this work. Because it is the complementary effort of all the people together that we will be able to survey the entire resources of our country. And in spite of Botanical Survey of India existing since 1890, and even before that, when the Botanical Garden was established in Calcutta in 1787, since then we have been surveying for economically important species. Whole country, not only we have not started. It is the Britishers who started the survey of economic resources for their exploitation, not for helping our country. But subsequently, when the great famines crossed our country, at that time they thought, yes, these fellows should be helped. So therefore, the Botanical Garden was established, and subsequently Botanical Survey of India was established in 1890. And till date, it is continuing, lot of work, and it is with the cooperation of all the departments and all the institutes across the country, we will be able to survey. But even then, the area is so inaccessible in many of particularly in the northeastern region. We will be looking at the hill just across. It may be, birds fly, but to reach that space, you have to walk for at least 3 days. That's the kind of accessibility we have. We need a lot of taxonomists, because even although Botanical Survey of India has the the Arunachal Regional Station or Sikkim Regional Station in their respective areas. But even then, it is very, very difficult. Anybody from plains who is posted there, you will keep one leg here in the mainland and one leg there, because they will be looking for when to get the back transfer. So we started a program for training the people from the northeast so that we get the at least documentation of all the species that we have. So that is what we have done, and these are the regional stations that which we have, and I will not go into the details when it is established and all those things. And the most recent regional station is the High Altitude Himalayan Regional Center at Solan. That is the 2020 it was established. But we have proposed some more regional stations, because particularly in the Mizoram and Manipur area, we need one regional station. Our proposal is pending for last 20 years, but it has not been cleared yet. But we definitely need, because unless we have regional stations in some of these difficult areas, it will not be possible for the completing the survey work. Because all the universities have been joining, but again, number of trained people in taxonomy are limited. Now, this is the percentage of the survey. See, the green one is the almost, I would say, more than 70% we have surveyed. The purple one is about 40 to 70%, and to be explored is less than 40% is the remaining areas. There are many reasons, mainly for logistic reasons. Mainly, some of them are, covered by terrorist areas. All these problems we are facing. I'll just share one small example. Our team was there in Andhra Pradesh in some interior forest area, and in the middle of the night, the survey team, about 10 people were there in the guest house, forest guest house, interior area. And the terrorists came and said, you will have to leave, we will give you 5 minutes and you have to vacate, otherwise we will blast this whole thing. And they have put everything in the jeep and they are coming out and the whole thing was blasted. So that's the situation. And there are many peaks, even in mainland area. It could be Eastern Ghats or Western Ghats. We have not gone. We have not covered all that area. So we need additional support in the form of dropping us by the helicopters and then surveying that area and documenting that area. So I don't know when that will happen, because we don't have that kind of support from the government, in fact, to tell you frankly. We need taxonomists, posts are vacant, posts are not filled up, and we need more posts. They will never keep an eye on them. So this is the problem that we are facing. It is not 1 or 2 years. I'm not telling. If you look at the history of Botanical Survey of India, if you look at, I have just compiled the information from post-independent period. And I found that at any given point of time, not more than 50 scientists are there. So they expect us to complete the survey. So this is the problem, why we are still surveying. Now coming to the species diversity. This is the kind of species diversity. All of you can copy my lecture. All of you can copy. You need not have to take photographs. Entire lecture you can take, no problem. The kind of diversity that we have documented, you can see here, angiosperms, out of nearly 251 families. So I am talking about APG system, maybe APG system 1 or 3, or I don't know exactly, I don't remember, because now APG system number of families have increased and some families have been subsumed. For example, Scrophulariaceae, it doesn't occur in India except for cultivated antirrhinums. All the species have gone into other families. So, in spite of that, I have noticed that out of 416 families recognized across the globe of angiosperms, 251 occur in India. And we have 380,000 species, and this number also must have gone up. I'm giving you these numbers as indicative numbers. They are not, because they are dynamic numbers. They keep changing. At a given point of time, I'm giving these figures. So every year they may change, because taxonomic revisions are happening, new species are being discovered, new areas of distribution are being showed. So therefore, the numbers can change. But just to give an idea as to what kind of diversity is there across the world and in India, and comparable to this, what percentage that we have in our country is being depicted. So 22,108 species and 124 species were described in just 2022. I'll tell you the significance of December 2022 later. So we have 5.18% of global angiosperms with us. Then gymnosperms, we have 1,015. We are fairly happy with gymnosperms, not only in India, but also perhaps in the world. And we have 149 species, 83 wild and 66 introduced mostly for these ornamentals. So pteridophytes, we have 13,500 species, 1,319 in our country. Last year they have described 5 species, so which comes to about 9.77%. Bryophytes, 20,500 species in the world. Of course, I have taken figure from my colleague Dr. D.K. Singh. And we have 2,819 species documented so far in our country, and 19 of them were described during the last year, and 13.75% is the global representation in our country. Algae, all of you know that it has both marine, algal, and terrestrial, marine and freshwater, as well as the terrestrial forms of algae. So we have all groups put together here, and you can see 45,500 species, 9,035 are in India, 27 have been added last year, and 20.3% you can see. But coming to, we are fairly happy with up to pteridophytes, the vascular plants. But when it comes to bryophytes, algae, lichenized fungi, bacteria and viruses, we are very, very poor in our documentation. Because we need army of people for documentation of all the lower groups. So if Dr. Singh will watch for me that bryophytes, for example, if you take, so they're all exploited from the easily reachable areas, and mostly, except for himself, he has gone to many of the northeastern areas, but he also knows that how difficult it is in the northeast. But there are, if you come to plains or Western Ghats or Eastern Ghats, very limited areas have been surveyed. There is a need for continuous survey of all these areas. And even in the university system, very limited number of people are there. So the fungi, we have about 75,600 species. In our country, it has been, again, this figure was debated by many of the mycologists. Some said 75,000, we have about nearly 20,000 species, but some say it is only 15,000. Actually, BSI gave a program to one of our mycologists to document all the published resources for fungi, and we got only 15,000 and odd. So that is the diversity of fungi, perhaps the maximum. It can be comparable to insect of the animal kingdom. So much higher than what we have actually documented. And again, how many people are there? So we are all concentrating mostly, our mycologists or pathologists were concentrating mostly on the crop related fungi or disease related fungi. But taxonomic studies, we have not concentrated much. Very few people. Say for example, now Botanical Survey of India has a mushroom specialist. He has been doing excellent job. So there are some people in Kerala Forest Research Institute, there was one person for mushrooms. In Tropical Botanic Garden Trivandrum, there was one person for mushrooms. And in Solan, Horticulture University, there was a person for mushrooms. But these are aging and retiring people. So there are no new set of people who have been able to do this. So we need a large number of trained mycologists to come document the fungal resources. And at the same time, I feel so sad that most of these habitats are getting decimated by the human activities, so-called developmental activities. So when are we going to document this? And how do we assess how many species have disappeared before they are known to science? It's very difficult. So we need army of people, and we need, government should realize that there is a need for documenting this. Or you collaborate with, you have to fund and collaborate with other countries that you come out. Just like Flora of China, for example. Say the 25 volumes have come in 25 years. They collaborated with European and American scientists. So in the process, the army of scientists have been trained while writing the Flora of China. So we also proposed a similar exercise for our country, but the government of India had not taken care of this issue. So bacteria and viruses, although Botanical Survey of India is not doing anything on this, we are compiling from the published resources. But the main centers are on CCMB in Hyderabad and the Hyderabad Central University and Nagpur NEERI are some of these three places where the bacterial taxonomy is being undertaken. But again, very small number of people. I mean, they are in single digits. We have been working on this bacterial diversity. This is another ocean to be discovered in bacteria and viruses. So totally we have, in the world, we have about 5,80,115 species documented, of which 55,387 species are there in India, and 346 were documented in 2022, which comes to about 9.35%. It is coming down because more discoveries are happening elsewhere, and our discoveries are also equally good, but the overall we have not been able to cover the entire country as such. So vascular plants, we have 23,576. In that Orchidaceae, with 736 genera and 28,000 species, in 2015 that was. But we have added a large number of orchid species also now. Astraceae, 1,623 genera and 24,700 species, the two largest families. The third largest family is legume family, which I worked there. But you see here the kind of diversity. Here genera are more, species are, genera are less, species are more. And here genera are more and species are less. It is here we need the help of molecular taxonomists. They should do this academic exercise. In addition to documenting the resources by the other traditional taxonomists, the molecular taxonomists should help us see whether our classification is, tallies with the molecular level phylogeny and things like that. So in the country, we have plants, fungi, algae, microbes, about 55,387, animals about 1,03,258, and totally we have about 1,58,645 species of animals, plants and microbes documented so far. But this so far has started more than 150 years back with limited number of taxonomists. And over the years, this number of taxonomists added, but we have not covered the entire country. And at this rate, in our country, it is estimated that there may be about 5 lakh species. If we have taken 150 years for 1,50,000 species or 60,000 species, how many years we need and how many taxonomists we need? So this is very, very, very important. So if we want to document our resources, we need not only trained taxonomists, and that already a coordinated project, ICOPTEX, which we started long ago, it has been now closed. It's a closed chapter. We have generated about nearly 300 trained taxonomists, of which we could appoint only some 50 or so. The others have gone into some other departments and other places, but some have gone into the schools for teaching. So this is the very unfortunate thing that has happened. So what we need is, we need trained taxonomists to document the resources and support, financial support for field work, mainly field work. Any taxonomist you ask, they have no problem as long as their field work is supported. Dr. R. Rao, who was the head of the plant diversity division here, he always used to say, people used to look at me and laugh, because early morning by 5 o'clock he will get up, when he wrote the flora of Mysore district in Karnataka, he used to carry a gunny bag. Oh, gunny bag man has come with full of plants. So that's the kind of things people had. Apathy almost towards taxonomies. Very unfortunate. But the resources that we have generating is for, great future to come. But at the same time, I will say, it is heartening to say that our resources that we have documented in terms of plant genetic resources and other resources, we have not been able to utilize them fully, which is very, very important. No, we should not simply say that no, we have all the resources, we have everything. But how much of that is simple? One example I want to give. We say that no, we are developing. We have so many institutes for developing, drug development and other things. It is happening for a long time. But do we have one single drug that can compete in the global level? So we have resources. We have the molecules that are required for developing a drug. But have we developed? Not yet. And this I don't want to say much because this is very important. But the percentage of each one of those groups, which is not, I won't take much. And these are the, I was mentioning you that family Brachytolaceae, the only family that was described long ago by BSI scientists. But soon, when the molecular work has been done, it has been restored to its original family Rosaceae. So this, we were thinking that this is the only endemic family that we have in our country. But subsequently it has been found in China. Of course, it is adjoining area only, adjoining Sikkim only. So it has been found. The other new family records that have been made, thanks to Dr. Janathanam and Dr. Yadav, they have discovered for the first time for a very long, you see in 1976, so Flora British India last volume is written some 100 years ago. And after 100 years, a new family record has been made, Adatalaceae, Trithuria concanensis. This has a unique significance because it has, it is considered as one of the basal angiosperms in the APC system of classification. And therefore, from great evolutionary importance. And Dr. Yadav has brought some plants, and I don't know how many of you can really say that it is an angiosperm. And Cystaceae, of course, I am not greatly impressed in the sense, I am not, it's only this Elianthemum lippi is recorded from across. It is there in Pakistan, it is now recorded in both in Rajasthan as well as Gujarat. Then Acaniaceae, Petrosaviaceae, Hanguanoaceae, they, of course, these Acaniaceae and Petrosaviaceae, both of them occur in Yunnan, but it has been collected from Arunachal Pradesh. But Hanguanoaceae, it occurs in many of the, including Sri Lanka, but it is an aquatic plant. Probably this, the bird migration might have brought this plant from other areas. Just like, this verticillata, that wheel plant, Aldrovanda verticillata, that is occurring in European areas. But it has been found in the East Calcutta wetlands. So that now, that East Calcutta wetlands is so polluted and that plant has disappeared. It is no more there. And it was there in Matla River, that also it has disappeared. It was found subsequently in Manipur, that has also disappeared now. Because rivers are so polluted that plant survival is very, very difficult. So these are the families which have been documented recently, but they have great significance in terms of geography, particularly the Idatelaceae and Hanguanaceae, of course. And this is the plant. You see, it looks like a moss plant, in fact. Dr. Yadav, when he took me to the field, he said, you are a director from Botanical Survey of India, you now search and find out my plant. And he gave me the challenge, and I sat down there. And when I sat down and looked down, it is there, the plant was there. And the sandy areas it grows. So this has great evolutionary significance. Yeah, possible, yes. Yes. No, you can see the plant. With your eyes you can see, but yes. This is the Helianthemum blippi. Just to give you an idea how they look like and all. This is Brexnidiera sinensis. This is Petrosavia sakuri. And this is Hangwana anti-elementica, which is found in Vembanad Coal, one of the Ramsar sites in Kerala. Of course, now soon you will see the fruits are so edible to the birds, and the fruits and they're not only edible but they're also sticky. They stick to the legs or beaks of the plant, and then they go to migrate to another place. So they carry these plants. And this is another genus which has been recorded across the. It is there in Yunnan and it has been recorded in Arunachal Pradesh. So this is very, very important, this particular slide. I am coming close to, because I don't want to stand between you and your lunch. The endemism, this is very, very important in terms of, Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. Because they have given sovereign rights of species occurring in your area, or the sovereign rights which are found only in your country. Suppose any of these endemic species, I am sorry. Any of these endemic species, whether it is the angiosperm, gymnosperm, pteridophyte, or any of these group for that matter, if a drug is discovered, or some economic importance is found, or if biodiesel is extracted, since it is endemic to our country, any country, as per our Biodiversity Law Act, they have to share the equal sharing of benefits has to happen. So the moment they declare that the species is useful, so that is the kind of benefit that we get. So therefore endemic species are very, very, very important. And if you look at the trees, many of the trees are getting threatened, completely threatened. If you open IUCN website, the number of threatened species, there are large number of trees which have come under the threat category. For various reasons, it could be exploitation of the resin that is being collected from the stems of Prioria pinnata or Pinguinodendron pinnatum. So it could be any reason. Over exploitation is the worst thing that is happening. So we have nearly 20% of the plant species and all the groups, lower groups also, 20% endemic to our country. So this is an enormous wealth that we have. This is the book brought out on endemic vascular plants of India by Botanical Survey of India. And of course, if you look at the endemic plants among the 29 states, Tamil Nadu stops with 410 endemic species. I'll not go into the details, just to give an idea. And this is, I mentioned, there is a significance related to December 2022 figures which I have mentioned in the species diversity. And here you see that every year for the since 2007, the Botanical Survey of India is bringing out what is called as plant discoveries. And similarly, animal discoveries by the Zoological Survey of India. And I have suggested to some labs in particularly Central University of Hyderabad to come out with the microbial diversity, or at least Chandigarh IIM, the Institute of Microbial Technology, IMT, should bring out at least something like this. But if they want to bring out, it will be just one page only for them, because you can see there are very, very limited people. Only 3 groups are there to work on the microbial taxonomy. At least we have several people to working on various groups of plants, at least we have. So this, every year we bring out these volumes. It covers new species new to science. It covers varieties and subspecies new to science. It covers the new records that are made in our country. And it also covers the species described from outside the country based on Indian material. So all these things are covered and the species numbers are calculated here. So this Usually we bring it out for a calendar year. From January to December, we compile all the information, and usually each volume for that year is released next year on the World Environment Day. This year, for some reasons, it got postponed because they want to coincide with the centenary celebration of the Zoological Survey of India, and it got postponed, and finally it was released on July 31st. And this is the July 31st released by both the ministers of the Environment and Forest, State and Cabinet rank are releasing that in Botanical Survey, in Zoological Survey of India. And she is Director Zoological Survey of India, and he is Director Botanical Survey of India, Dr. Maho. Number of species discovered, I will not go into the details. You can see Kerala tops the list. This also coincides with the number of trained taxonomists in the respective states. It's not a joke, it is a fact, in fact. You can see how people are active in different states. I will not go into this. And last point which I want to come is this. Again, these beautiful pictures were taken by Professor S.R. Rao. I admire him for the kind of beautiful pictures he takes. This is one of the endemic species. Yesterday I was in the dining table, I was discussing with them. We have such wonderful, attractive flowering plants in our country. But if you go to any garden, do we have one single species of wild species which has been domesticated in our country? We don't have. Except for jasminum, which has become traditionally, even in Vedas it has been mentioned, in Mahabharata it has been mentioned. So we have been domesticating that. But which are the other species? Parijati is another. But that is not as popular or as economically important as the other species that we have. If you compare the market of other horticultural species, and this is zero. Whereas the Britishers who have taken our rhododendrons from the northeast, it has become $1 billion industry in the Europe and America. But what is happening to our species? We never bothered. We have so many horticulture universities. We have so many agriculture universities. And I must say that Dr. Yadav attempted one. And you see, look at this, Cyanotis concanensis. Look at this, Smithia hirsuta, which I have been working for last 5 years. And these are Ceropegias. All photographs taken by Professor Yadav. It is none of them are mine. This is the other species. We have about at least about 50 and odd species of these Ceropegias, and majority of them are endemic to lateritic rocks area of Western Ghats, and particularly Maharashtra. But we have not been able to exploit these species. See, this is one species which I want to mention, Delphinium malabaricum. It's variety malabaricum. In fact, there are the other variety also. And this Professor Yadav, under DBT program, he started domesticating this. He even encouraged some of the farmers to grow this plant. He developed a package of practices for this, and it has been given to farmers, and they also got good returns. I don't know for what reason, and there was a demand in hotel industry, particularly in Bombay. But in spite of that, this has not taken off well. It is because he doesn't have funds to take it forward. So it is for the universities, particularly farm universities, they should take it forward. So then only it is possible to utilize our own resources. So then the market for our resources. Now let me tell you, in Kerala, there are practically every town has a nursery, and they have a large number of fruit plants and many plants. And 2 weeks ago, when I was visiting some of the nurseries near Kerala Forest Research Institute, they were telling me, sir, let us know what are the endemic species you have, what are the attractive species you have. So that is the kind of interest they are showing. Now their interest is there on the endemic species. So they want to sell it because farmers, they want the exotic species for themselves. There are many very attractive species. So we need to do a lot of work to domesticate some of these things. Of course. Now sorry. One point I want to mention the lastly is this particular plant. It's an endemic. It's a weed, in fact. Phocostemon deccanensis. It's a weed. After harvesting, paddy fields, you find this as a weed, and also you find on the lateritic plateaus, small pools. You find this plant very commonly across, the southern Maharashtra region and northern Karnataka region. You will find this species. So attractive, and after harvesting, if you go in some of these paddy fields, it looks so attractive because it's mass flowering. But we have not done anything on this south. So this is what I want to tell you about. And lastly, I want to say that taxonomists still have a massive task to undertake. Survey, identify, describe, name and classify new species. Still. But there is an inflation of new species that is happening for last few years. It has come down quite a bit in the last 1 or 2 years. But if you look at the kind of new species that have cropped up, and people, even based on color and things like that, they have distinguishing species. That means we need better training for some of these taxonomists. They should understand. Their wisdom and knowledge of a taxonomist should be understood properly. Then only it is possible. Because if somebody conducts a taxonomic revision, who has experience, can subsume many of these new species as synonyms. It should not be just because somebody has created a species and we have to reduce. No. You have to properly evaluate, and that can be done by a mature taxonomist. And taxonomist matures when he is about to retire. So this is the actual fate of taxonomy, in fact. So thank you very much for your patience. Huh? No. He raised a very good question. I wanted somebody to raise this question. How many of you know this plant? Now I am asking the audience. I will tell. Yes, he is right. Layberry. And now the Defense Research Laboratory has taken up this in a large scale. But let me tell you, still it is exploited from the wild. No package of agronomical practices have been developed for this particular species. And harvesting is a very big problem because this is somewhat thorny plant. So harvesting is very important. And this contains one of, now particularly in the high altitude defense areas, this juice is being served for the energy purpose. Layberry. Huh? Huh? Could be. Yes. It's wonderful. Yes, because of the spines. And it grows because, the bushy form you see in the center I intentionally put the fruits also. Yes. No, they see China, they say no, anything that moves they eat. So like that, yeah, any plant they develop a tea, isn't it? No, there are many, but there are many deadly poisonous things, particularly asterisk. Remember, I don't want to reveal the names of those plants. If you take just half leaf, a person can die. So toxic. Any other doubt or clarification you want? Uh, uh, mm, mm, mm. I will not just tell them one or two plants. Let them choose whatever plant that they have. Very attractive plant. Yes. 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 I think lunch is attracting them much more than the discussion. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your in-depth insights on the floristics that has broadened our understanding on this intricate concept. Now I request everyone to make your way for lunch and soon gather back here for a panel discussion on the topic plant taxonomy and biodiversity, cross-sectoral linkages and impacts on conservation and sustainable development. So please gather back here, and the invitees for the panel discussion, please register yourself outside the auditorium. panel discussion on the topic plant taxonomy and biodiversity, cross-sectoral linkages and impacts on conservation and sustainable development. We have 10 panelists today. I request all the panelists to come over the stage and have a seat. Professor M.K. Janardhanam, Professor S.R. Yadav, Professor M. Sabu, Professor Dr. U.C. Lavania, Dr. D.K. Upreti, Dr. D.K. Singh, Dr. Matthew Dan, Dr. V. Sundareshan, Dr. P. Raghavan. I request all the panelists Dr. K. Nair. I request all the dignitaries to have the seat. I also request the moderator of today's panel discussion, Dr. T.S. Rana, to moderate this session, before which I also request him to felicitate all the panelists with a floral bouquet. Here only.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I welcome you all in this panel discussion session of plant taxonomy and biodiversity, cross-sectoral linkages, and impact on conservation and sustainable development. So before I come to the actual topic, so I would like to introduce the eminent the panel. I would say the power-packed panel we have today on taxonomy and biodiversity. So I would introduce so one by one. So first, the Dr. U.C. Lavania. So he doesn't need any introduction to the audience. So he is working here at NBRI as an INSA senior scientist, and he has made tremendous contributions in the plant biology, particularly chromosome biology, and he has published large number of paper. So in one of the most coveted journal in the subject. Dr. Lavanya is the fellow of almost all the societies, the fellow of Indian National Science Academy and the National Academy of Sciences, Prayagraj. So he has, over the years, he has received many, the awards and laurels. I will just mention few of them. He is the recipient of INSA Young Scientist Medal and Hirala Chakravarti Award, Y.S. Murthy Gold Medal, RB Ekbote Prize, and JSPS Invitation Fellowship, and so Uma Khan Sinha Memorial Award Lecture, and the Birbal Sahni Gold Medal by the Indian Botanical Society. And in the recent past, he has received in year 2023, Dr. Lavanya has received Professor A.K. Sharma Memorial Lecture, one of the most coveted, the lecture award which has been instituted by the NASI in year 2023, and Mark Defron Award of the Vetiver Network International for his outstanding contribution in the vetiver applications. The award was conferred during the 7th International Vetiver Conference held at Chiang Mai, Thailand. And besides, he's editor and the chief editor of several journals. I just name few like the Nucleus and the Plant Plant Genetic Resource Characterization Utilization and the Journal of Genetics. So I welcome you, sir, and we are privileged to have you here as one of the panelists. I would like to introduce one of the the known figure, and I would say one of the tallest figure in the plant taxonomy, Professor S.R. Yadav. He also doesn't need any introduction. He has been guiding us for last I think almost half a decade as a RC member of the institute. And so he has been mentoring us, particularly the taxonomy division, from time to time. Whenever we required any help from Professor Yadav, he readily, not only helped but suggested a few things for the improvement. Professor Yadav, he's the known the plant taxonomist. He has published, can you believe, more than 300 research paper in plant taxonomy. So just think of that. And he has published more than 8 books, and he is fellow of Indian Association of Angiosperm Taxonomy, fellow of National Academy of Sciences, fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Sciences, fellow of National Academy, New Delhi. He has received several awards and laurels. Some of them are Best Teacher Award by the Shivaji University, a late Professor V.V. Shivarajan Gold Medal, Dr. J.D. Apte State Level Award, Ekbote Prize, Professor Panchanan Maheshwari Medal, Father Santapao Medal. You name any medal in the field of taxonomy and biodiversity, he has received all, and and including the most prestigious award, E.K. Janki National Award for the plant taxonomy. We welcome you, sir, as one of the panelists here. Third most, the dynamic, the panelist is Professor M.K. Janardhanam. Professor Janardhanam is presently working as chairman Goa State Research Foundation. He retired from the Department of Botany as a senior professor. He was heading School of Biological Sciences and Biotechnology at Goa University for quite some time. Professor Janardhanam has received many awards. Goa State Teacher Award Excellence in Higher Education, Todd Stussy Award, V.B. Sivarajan Gold Medal, and there are several new species, which is one of the significant recognition of a taxonomist by the taxonomist. So that is the there are I think more than 6 new species created after him. So let us give a big round of applause to Professor Janardhanam. And so he has guided several, PhD student, and there is a long list. So pardon me, sir, because paucity of time, I would cut short the, the biodata. So next eminent personality is Professor M. Sabu. Professor M. Sabu is a known plant taxonomist. He was earlier the professor and head department of botany, University of Calicut, one of the finest center of taxonomy in the country. And presently he is working as CSIR emeritus scientist at Malabar Botanical Garden. He has more than 36 years of teaching and research experience, and he has mentored and guided around 12 PhDs. And he has published large number of the paper, particularly on gingibraceae and other the angiosperm families. So he has also described so many, the new species, around 76 new species from India. And Professor Sabu has received E.K. Janki Amal Award in Taxonomy instituted by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Panchanan Maheshwari Gold Medal, V.V. Shivarajan Medal, and Best Researcher Award by the Calicut University. He is recipient, he is fellow of almost all the three academies: the Fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Delhi, Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, Bangalore, and the Fellow of Indian Association of Angiosperm Taxonomy, Fellow of Linnean Society, and Fellow of Indian Botanical Society. Thank you, sir, for coming over, and we welcome you as a panelist. So Dr. D.K. Singh, I would say he again doesn't need any introduction. So you often see him, probably every month in our campus, in selecting the manpower, the student in taxonomy for us. And he has been associated with this institute for quite long. Professor Singh retired from Botanical Survey of India as Scientist G, and he was serving as additional director also. He has more than 34 years research experience in angiosperm taxonomy, bryophytes, and he has published a large number of papers, 280 research papers, 31 books, and he has supervised 9 PhDs. He is a member of various scientific societies and bodies, and he is the chief editor of the journal Ethnobotany and the Journal of Economic and Taxonomic Botany. So and he has also received the E.K. Janki National Award for Plant Taxonomy. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Dr. D.K. Singh. Next is Dr. D.K. Upreti. Dr. D.K. Upreti, he also doesn't need any introduction. He is amongst us. So he was, heading the Plant Diversity Systematic and Herbarium Division, and then he was the acting director for around 1 year of this institute. So he is, I would say that he is one of the tallest figures in lichen biology in the country, and he has received and he has published more than 400 papers, 13 books, guided 43 PhDs, and you can see that the work he has done. So therefore, he has received many awards in plant taxonomy, and he is fellow of Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences, Allahabad, and so many other academic bodies. He is recipient of JBS Haldane Memorial Scroll, B.A. Raji Medal, K.S. Thind Award, and Environmental Conservation Award, and Award of Excellence. So we welcome you, sir, as a panelist today. And next is Dr. K. N. Nair. Dr. K. N. Nair, he was our, colleague here in the Plant Diversity Systematic and Herbarium Division. So he retired as a chief scientist and had plant diversity systematic and herbarium division. Dr. Nair has around 36 years of research and the management, R&D management experience in plant taxonomy, molecular systematic, phylogeny. So he has made a significant contribution in the family Rutaceae, and the fourth volume of the family Rutaceae by done him only for the Botanical Survey of India in 1997. And since then he has been working in the citrus fruit family, and he has produced large number of quality papers in this particular area. We welcome you, sir, as a panelist. And now I have to, there are two other panelists, young and dynamic panelists we have today. So one is Dr. V. Sundaresan. So Dr. Sundaresan is working as a principal scientist at Central Institute of Aromatic, Medicinal and Aromatic Plant, Bangalore Center. Dr. Sundaresan has keen interest in classical as well as molecular systematics. So he has published around 100 research papers, and he has developed several varieties on asparagus, mentha, lemongrass, tulsi, eucalyptus. So Dr. Sundaresan has also, he's also part of the team, so which has developed two products, one for the cough syrup and another is arthritis formulation. Dr. Sundaresan is fellow of National Academy of Sciences, Allahabad, and he is fellow of Linnean Society, and he is CSIR Raman Fellow. And we welcome you, Dr. Sundaresan, as one of the panelists today. So now we have Dr. P. Raghavan. Dr. P. Raghavan is presently working as a scientist in Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, New Delhi. He was earlier with us as a postdoc fellow in our department. So he is the only representative from the funding agency. So we had invited Dr. Shilpi Paul from the DST, but she could not make it. But thank you, Raghavan, for coming over. And Dr. Raghavan has keen interest in taxonomy, ecology, molecular phylogenetics of and biogeochemistry of mangroves and seagrasses. So he has made a significant contribution in the mangroves in India. So and has published large number of quality papers. So so ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome all the panelists. I'm so sorry. Dr. Matthew Den. I mixed up somewhere. Dr. Matthew Den is senior principal scientist at TBGRI. Dr. Matthew Den has made a significant contribution in the conservation biology. He has made large number of publication in conservation genetics and the conservation of rare and threatened plant species, particularly from the Western Ghat. So we welcome you, Dr. Matthew Den, as a panelist in this. So now we will quickly move on to the panel discussion that we have today on taxonomy and biodiversity. So the what is the role of taxonomy in conserving and preserving the biodiversity, and these taxonomy and biodiversity, these are the fundamental discipline of all biological sciences. And the interdisciplinary nature of taxonomy and biodiversity has been increasingly realized in the context of current biological crisis. And the United Nations on Convention of Biological Diversity recognize the paramount role of the taxonomy and taxonomist in dealing with the convention's key objectives. So that is conservation, sustainable utilization, and equitable benefit sharing. So in the panel discussion today, so we would be discussing the role of taxonomy in understanding and documenting biodiversity, as well as in developing appropriate strategies and programs for conserving and utilizing biodiversity for sustainable development. So in this process, we would like to examine various cross-cutting issues related to taxonomy and biodiversity from the perspective of science and technology, academics, industry, economic, society, and the relevant policy decisions and legal instruments such as CBD and sustainable development goals. So I have prepared a set of questions for the panelists. So I will pose the question before the panelists. So and request the respective panelists to please give your point of view, perspectives, and the overall view about the taxonomy. So the first, the question is, what makes both taxonomy and biodiversity science interdependent and interdisciplinary? And how can we explain complementarity of these two disciplines from academic and S&T perspectives? So I would request Professor M.K. Janardhanam, Professor Sabu, and Professor Yadav to address these issues.
Yeah.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, let me thank NBRI and also Dr. G for the invitation and for giving me this opportunity. It appears a simple question. People are trying to get the answer for a very long time. Usually, I used to explain this in a simple way. We know that 6 blind men of Hindustan trying to understand an elephant. Each one touches one part of the elephant and assumes that it is like this. When you talk about biodiversity, that is how we understand. None of us cannot have a comprehensive view about it, but we will come down to certain basics. Biodiversity, don't bother to define. Try to see whatever is existing as it is, the interactions, etc., etc. Many times we try to define, Sir was also giving, normally how do we define? We try to understand from ecosystem perspective, species point of view, and genetic diversity. And we don't go beyond that. And interestingly, when we talk about ecosystem, there are a lot of things involved there, including the interactions. In a community, the interactions are the one which define the diversity. Okay. Sometimes, of course, when you explain to different sets of people, you use different analogies. I used to tell to my students, imagine that there is a cage in which there are 99 people and 1 dog. And you imagine another cage where there are 99 dogs and 1 person. The interaction cannot be same. That is what we, in ecological perspective, we call species diversity indices, evenness index and all. So those kind of things generally we avoid from taxonomic point of view. That is one way of understanding. Another way is, okay, we have 22,000 and odd flowering plant species in our country. So what? What is the use of it, right? Then the pertinent question comes. So people, see, we are into profession, we are botanists, so we look, it is beneficial to us. It gets us job, it gets us salary. We have our own passion to pursue, that's fine. But how people understand that, how they can appreciate, how they can say that, yeah, we have to conserve. There has to be some knowledge associated with these plants. So when we talk about biodiversity, if you don't document, if you don't understand the knowledge associated with that biodiversity, it is not appreciated and people cannot actually take it. So it's very, very difficult to put it in a nutshell. How to define biodiversity? It again depends from which perspective we are approaching it. This is one. Then how do you link it to taxonomy? What? Of course, taxonomy is simply, if you want me to put in my words, recognize the variations. Any variation which is there, you recognize it as a variety or a species, or you try to classify them into related things. That's fine. That is another aspect. So one side we have a biodiversity. Again, we go on classify that, we have plants, within the plants only flowering plants. In flowering plants only I work only on grasses. In grasses I work only on Panicaceae. We go on, restrict ourselves because it is not possible to work on everything. Okay. So I think that is my answer. It has not given any answer to you, I know that, because it cannot be given. We should approach as we understand where we want to contribute. That is the priority we have to take. And all of us, if we work together, then we will actually understand the biodiversity in its fullest form and the taxonomy in its entirety. So I think I'll stop. Otherwise, it will go on. And whom I'm supposed to give next?
Maybe Professor Sabu can.
Good afternoon, everybody. So at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Rana and NBRI and the director. So I would like to add some points on this biodiversity and how this could be linked with this academics. So you all know that this biodiversity and taxonomy, they are interconnected, and how this taxonomic work can be inducted in this to the students. So many floristic works has been done on this Indian flora, and flora has been published. But I think now what we need is some kind of revisions and monographs. So people should work for the revisions and also the conservation of our biodiversity, especially these endemic and endangered plants. So from my experience, I have been working on the gingiberales, mainly 2-3 families of gingiberales. So when I started working on these plants, especially these Zingiberaceae, there were nearly 150 species, around 20 genera. And after this work, we have recorded nearly 50-55 new species of plants from India. So this happened mainly because since 1892, not much work has been done on the taxonomy of this difficult family. Similarly, these Musaceae, when I applied for that project to this SERB, the first question they asked, only 10-12 plants are there in this species, or varieties are species and varieties are there in this family. Then why do you need a taxonomic revision of this family? So when this work was completed, so we could come out with nearly 34 taxa of this family under 2 genera, the Musa and Ensete. So similarly, and also in addition, a number of nomenclatural changes were there, new records for India were there, and also so many species have been merged. So these are the work that students can take up. In different families or different genera, you can take up the work and you can improve or you can add to the biodiversity of India. So I think, and conservation also. So I have established 2 conservatories and the largest in India of these gingiberales, one in Calicut University and now in Malabar Botanical Garden. So conservation is another aspect you can think of and you can conserve our biodiversity. So that's all for this, and I will hand over to.
Will you
Yeah.
repeat the question? What is the question?
So the taxonomy and biodiversity science are independent and interdisciplinary. Interdependent and interdisciplinary. And how can we explain complementarity of these 2 disciplines, the taxonomy and the biodiversity? So how taxonomy is complementing the biodiversity? So that was the question.
First of all, one thing I don't differentiate between taxonomy and biodiversity. Reason is, these are not 2 different things. Biodiversity is coined in 1985. Before that, we used to say diversity. And taxonomy, what it does? It documents diversity. So why we should have that difference? Number 1. Number 2, as most of you are taxonomists, what is our duty? Species is a basic unit. It is the only currency on the basis of which all decisions are taken as far as conservation is concerned, declaration of protected area is concerned, endemic species is concerned, it is with species. So first of all, we should understand what is species. Okay. So many people describe species and I ask, Baba, define species, we are not able to do it. What I am saying, try to understand species. Because presently we all have forgotten infra-specific categories. They don't go to variety, they don't go to subspecies, they don't go to pharma. Directly everything is coming as a species. That is also not good. So species is a basic unit, basic currency in biodiversity, and that has to be understood very well. Now another thing, that we need specialists, but that should not be that specialist. I feel that this country needs general taxonomists. In every place we cannot have expert. Or if I have one expert is in particular family, we have to identify all the plants. And one thing, biodiversity I am saying, taxonomists are needed by everyone at every place all the times. How much taxonomists provide services to society, because I'm working in Shivaji University. Every day, how many people come, how many people we help them in identification, whatever it is. So they are needed. I feel that we need more general taxonomists who can identify almost whatever regional flora. This is my. In addition to that, we have to do, as Sir has said, specific works, concentrated works, so that we can come out with really we can understand some group. Okay. Now when it comes to conservation, without taxonomy, nobody can do conservation. This is a reality. Because taxonomists provide, now, suppose you ask me, sir, this is a plant we want to conserve in botany. When it flowers, where it flowers, okay, where it is available, all this information usually taxonomy provides. In other words, taxonomies. So, in biodiversity conservation, prime role, okay, of course we should understand ecology, all that, but primary role is of taxonomist. And if really we want to conserve a taxonomy of the country, we need taxonomists in all corners who are, very good field taxonomists. This is what I have opinion, and we cannot separate biodiversity and taxonomy. I think it is one and the same thing.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your perspective. The next point of discussion is the connect between the taxonomy and biodiversity science would also imply that taxonomy serves as the basic tool for comprehending the structural and functional component of biodiversity. How this point can be related to the role of taxonomy in the study of biodiversity at 3 hierarchical level. So that is ecosystem, species diversity and genetic diversity. So I would request Dr. D.K. Singh, Dr. D.K. Upreti, P. Raghavan, V. Sundareshan and Dr. Nair. So why don't you start, Dr. Raghavan, please?
Thanks for this opportunity, first of all. The thing is that I am going to present in a very simplified manner. Biodiversity is our natural asset. This is the asset for the country, asset for the globe. So, if we want to sustain the development, we have to properly maintain the asset, we have to properly account the asset. For accounting and maintaining, it has to be start from the taxonomist, because they are the one who give the primary data, what it is, how much it is present, where it is present, how it was, how it will be. So these factors are covered by the taxonomist as a first-hand information. Then this information will be used by the in subsequent stages for the improvement of the country, also for economical point of view. At the same time, conservation of the biodiversity resources of the country also.
Yeah, Sundareshan. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. I am dealing with lichens for a long time, and what I experienced starting from my career, earlier it was pure taxonomy, means we are dealing only identification of different lichens. Once you are well versed with few plants as a beginner, or you have good idea about the taxonomy, you can utilize that information in different aspects. For example, we started working on environmental monitoring with help of lichens. Then again, it is not only working on lichens itself for their bioprospections, but we should know about what we have in our country. If we see, particularly for lower group of plants, we have very few experts. And owing this vast geographical area of this country, if you see, we have more than 20 biosphere reserves. We are not able to go inside their core zone. And what I was thinking earlier, that our country has only 3,000 species of lichens are there, but it is not there. It is a lower estimate. The higher estimate is just double. We can go up to 6,000 species of lichens from this country. Once we have good idea about its biodiversity, we used, again, if you see the lower group of plants, you do not have much raw material for their bioprospection. So you have to search other areas. Can we go for nanomaterials? Yes, we have done that. We worked out the nanomaterials from lichens for treating different diseases. We utilize lichens in environmental monitoring. One cannot imagine that we are working with Indian Space Research Organization, utilizing lichens for monitoring the climate change or glacial retreat with lichens. So the taxonomist, I think in an institute like CSIR, if a taxonomist is only dependent on pure taxonomy, it's sometimes difficult to pursue further his career. So he has to move towards its bioprospection aspects. Either it will go to the environmental pollution monitoring, or certain aspects are there. It is interrelated. It means nowadays it is very difficult to work singularly and get good achievements in science. We need a networking, we need a synergy, we need a chemist, we need a biotechnologist with us. Then only we can go, we'll do further good researches. So this is my idea, that along with taxonomy, when we get idea about this, we have to move towards the bioprospection with means the synergic or networking with other group of scientists. So I'm not sure whether I have answered your question or not, but it is my feeling towards this research work in CSR system or any other universities or organizations. Thanks.
The question was basically the role of taxonomy, how in the biodiversity study at 3 different hierarchical levels.
See, so three different hierarchical level, as I understood, that is the ecosystem diversity and the species diversity and the genetic diversity. So when you go to the forest, that is one ecosystem, if I am right. Or when you go to the wetland or a desert, that is an ecosystem. So that as a whole, we call it as a biodiversity. What is inside actually? Then the second, we need species diversity. What is inside actually? What are the plants, different groups, algae, fungi, lichens, bryophyte, pteridophyte, gymnosperms, or microbes, or soil, or animals. So we just started to classifying these biosphere areas, species, resources. So there the species diversity is coming. So still we classify it like a species or a variety or based on some morphology. Now a big role come according to the advancement of science, genetic diversity plays a key role. So when genetic diversity, actually the problem with most of our taxonomy persons, we don't understand the genetics actually. So it is very important. Any taxonomy, any young taxonomist, at least they must understand the basic genetics, why it is happening, why it is happening in species level or variety level. There then the biotechnology tool comes actually. So how we can diverse, because species diversity we can diverse very easily actually, not easily based on our taxonomy. So these three each other complementing each other actually, ecosystem diversity, species diversity and genetic diversity. I think one must have at least, as Yadav sir told, at least a basic knowledge in all these three. Then we can talk about biodiversity or easily characterize the biodiversity. Thank you.
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. National Technical Research Institute and Dr. T.S. Rana for inviting me. For inviting me for this program. Before I come to the question what Dr. Rana has specifically asked for from us, I would like to just give a small interrelation, tell about the small interrelationship between taxonomy and biodiversity. As Dr. Rana himself has mentioned in his introductory remarks, that convention on biological diversity has got three main pillars, that is biodiversity, of the components of biodiversity, and the fair and equitable sharing of the components of the biodiversity for the benefit of the people. Now, if we want to conserve the biodiversity or we use it sustainably, then what we need to know that what biodiversity we have, that means what species we have, where do they occur, and how they are utilized, or what is the utilization pattern of these species. And taxonomy is the only tool. Taxonomy is the only tool which helps in identification of the species or the components of the biodiversity, and that is why the taxonomy or plant taxonomy, whether animal taxonomy or microbial taxonomy, it is very important for the documentation of the biodiversity. Now, having said that, I'll say that since my primary interest of work has been the bryophytes, especially the liverworts, hardworts. So I'll put my views forward based on my experience with this group of plants. We know that already it has been defined that we have got three kind of ecosystem diversity. Ecosystem diversity. We have got forest ecosystem, we have got wetland ecosystem, we have got desert ecosystem, like that. And so far as these plants are there, they are quite common in the forests. Of course, there are very few species which are aquatic, and most of these species, since they need moisture for completing their life cycle, they are more prolific in the regions which have got high humidity and moisture, and that is why they are most diverse and most dominant in the eastern Himalayas, and then western Ghats and western Himalayas, and of course in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So far, this studies on this group has started about way back in 1832, and since then we have so far been able to document around 1,000 species of liverworts and hornworts. To be very precise, 986 species from these regions. and the eastern Himalayas account for almost 60% or 70% of the total diversity of this group of plants which occur in India, followed by Western Ghats and then the Western Himalaya. And then vast plains of the country, other parts of the country, they are not in fact explored, and that is why we have got a very lower number of species reported from these regions. And there are four areas, namely Haryana, Lakshadweep, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, and where so far, and Chandigarh, UT of Chandigarh, from where not a single species of these plants have been reported so far. So this is the kind of diversity we have got. Of late, we have also started working on looking into the phytochemical parts of this species. Of course, a lot of work has been done abroad, particularly in Japan, on the phytochemical constituents of the bryophytes, especially leafworts and onwards. And these plants, in fact, they are very rich in terpenoids, estrogenous and aromatic compounds, and which so a lot of activity, biological activity, particularly antifungal, antimicrobial, cytotoxic, anti-HIV, like that. And these traits can be utilized for different industries, particularly the pharmaceutical industries. But only the problem is the availability of material in the bulk and then unadulterated material. Because these plants normally grow in very close association, mostly just juxtaposed over each other. And from our experience, I have seen that sometimes from one gathering of about this size, we get as much as 23 or 25 species in one gathering of this much size. So that is the major restraint in using this resource for going for this bioprospection and utilization of this bioactive molecules available reported in these plants. And we have started some study on the plants from Darjeeling Hills, and we took up 11 leafworts, some leafy one with plants differentiated into leaves and stem, and some with thalloid plants. And we found in vitro anti-diabetic activities and antioxidant properties in these plants. And some of the plants are like this Markensia. We have got 3 species: Markensia Palesia, Polyconfa linearis. Then we have got this Lunaria cruciata, Bajania osimensis. Like that, we have got 11 species. And then we have also seen that we have also carried out experiment on the Lunaria cruciata, comparing these biologically active its in vitro anti-diabetic properties in naturally occurring plants as well as those raised in tissue culture. And we found that there is not much variation amongst the properties of these two populations. So what I wanted to say is that we can, for getting the pure population, we can culture these species so that their population is not affected in the nature. And from these cultured plants, we can further go for the prospection and utilization of those traits for the benefit of the human societies. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for giving us the overall the perspective of biodiversity. I would say biodiversity in the country as well as its utilitarian part. So I would request Dr. Nair to please share your thoughts and point of view. So about the
second aspect.
Yeah.
Much has been, talked about on the first from the academics point of view, and the second one, from the different perspectives, especially Dr. Upreti from the CSR perspective. So if I understand, the panel discussion finally would be, coming out with something on the cross-sectoral linkages, because we have listened to Dr. Sanjapa's talk. In the morning also, Dr. San had just touched upon the role of taxonomy is well recognized, no doubt it. All the international programs, national programs, and everybody understands. But biodiversity science or biodiversity as it is to be understood properly, comprehensively from all his hierarchical components, a taxonomy must be already there. But having said this, the failure of the program, the country, if you take at the national level, is actually how to implement this. This is not happening.
See, from my sheer luck, I had to represent, many national committees from NBRI in the PGR system and also other systems. Wherever we find, and my own luck in the sense, experience in working in a multidisciplinary institute like NBRI. Though I am professionally trained as a classical taxonomy in Botanical Survey of India, it always changed, my perspective towards how taxonomy should be looked into when I am in an institution which has a specific mandate. BSI has got a specific mandate, although it suffers, as Dr. says, because we have seen also from our research scholars period last 30 years back, the condition is not improving that as fast. Recommendations are going, it is not coming up. So when you look at these perspectives of taxonomy's role, it has to be there even to understand the nitty-gritty of the genetic diversity. But now also we have to discuss amongst us, when we finally conclude it, what are the solutions or what are the suggestions we should make to really understand these hierarchical components, and also encouraging taxonomists to come into that, because that creates a lot of value addition to taxonomy. Because the country has to, whenever people say in the programs and policies that taxonomy has to be revived, restored, because every program says this is, we are expecting to have a planet wherein we are living with harmony. That is actually coming into us the 2023 and 2050 mission of the CBD. Now 2022 targets have gone, GSPC has gone, and then the HE targets are gone. Now this is coming back with 2023 by integrating SDGs and all the conservation or the CBD perspectives. Everywhere taxonomy has to play a role. I was just reading through the milestones. Everywhere we have to go. The question is, how are we going to suggest how to implement this practically happening? So that all the hierarchies of components are well understood to the extent possible, and how taxonomy is restored and revived in the right perspective, giving opportunities to students get into career. That is also a problem. So this is only just wanted to understand from your perspective. You asked academics, then I thought I should also answer from my experience from the R&D perspective, especially in CSIR.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next the point of discussion is from the botanical perspective. Sir, would you like to say something? Yeah, please come. You can say it from there only. Okay.
Actually, I took a special permission from Dr. Rana. Whatever I wanted to say requires a slide presentation. So I have prepared 4 or 5 important slides just to cover a point. Because these persons who are sitting here in this taxonomy discussion, they are the part of the nucleus and nuclear membrane. As cytoplasm, you can say about diversity, but I am just sitting on the boundary of cell wall. Without a cell wall, unless or several spaces, there no interconnections, no biological activity will take place, and no structure of tissue will be formed. Therefore, I thought to share a few points about an area which is now missing these days, which is very important sometime. In 1964, when this Cronquist public classification, the term cytotaxonomy was introduced. It was suggested that chromosomes are very important to make a differentiation or helping identification. Like flower in floral taxonomy, chromosomes are equally important. These chromosomes, normally the people who are not well familiar with cytology, here I am giving only the important points, not into details. Anybody interested in details can discuss with me after this distance. That's why I am giving only basic points. Normally you know that about the chromosome number, the X value has got this one number, the human number is this much, and that is all. But this number is not so important, although it is important, because this number can change by various means, either by chromosome fusion, or fission, by duplication, tandem duplication, minor changes are there. They may vary in size, and all such indices provide available tools as an adjunct to taxonomy. I do not say that psychology of chromosomal number is exclusive, but it provides very important information to supplementary data to fill the gaps in taxonomy. I just want to tell you the basic features about chromosomes. Normally you know about chromosome number only. Now these are the representative barriers, representative samples here. Only say in slide A, you have the chromosomes which are two different sizes, two different groups, either small chromosomes or very big chromosomes. This is one class. The other one is where the two small chromosomes fuse together to make one. The reduction in number. This is the slide number C. The B slide is where all the chromosomes normally arms are similar. This is one kind. And fourth category is in certain instances where there is a fusion or make hybrids. Some chromosomes can go tandem multiplication or lengthwise multiplication. This becomes a very unique feature, although not very common, that this can change the complete physiology, complete genetics of the plant systems. Another thing I want to tell you about those who are interested in taxonomy or chromosome biology, I am talking only from perspective of taxonomy, that there are instances that the same tissue, you have the cells of different chromosome number because disturbances in cell division. And what happens that in most plants which produce vegetatively, where sexual system is deficient, these cells, so this is one type of cell, this is another type of cell. If this cell enters through differentiation, this can give rise to one type. If this goes differentiation, it can give rise to another type. This is how speciation takes place in plants which reproduce vegetatively. The other feature is, another classical example is this one. You see, in one of the species of Allium, it was found that in Himalayas, where the plant grows in Darjeeling, this plant has got some extra chromosomes, you can see dot-like structures than the normal. But when the same plant brought to the correct conditions, the warm conditions, it becomes a polyploid. These are the features which I want to focus before you, are normally not so well known to the classical taxonomist. So this can give rise, so see the adaptation. One attitude, it deploys, bring to different conditions, it will and when it's brought back, it becomes deployed. These are the areas which add to diversity, which taxonomists should also take into account. Next. Yes. Yes. So I also want to tell you one picture. Normally we see variation. Now what is this diversity? Same plant in same population, you get range of chromosome numbers. There is one area where taxonomists take into account. That why the same species is behaving differently, why all these variations are coming in the population. Whether it becomes a point for differential species or these are other variations because of environment. So ecology one factor is there. The next feature is so this is one example. This is from my own work. I want to tell you that I worked about on 39 species of papaver. And we found that this papaver, or the opium poppy, the Papyrus somniferum, is one species where you have chromosome numbers 14 and multiple of 14. 14, 28, 42, like that. It is understandable that evolution takes place by polyploiding. But our opium poppy remains a controversial species, whether it is really pepper or something else. This has got chromosome 22. Working on so many species, working on applying so many parameters which I am not available to discuss here. That requires long discussion. We could found the origin of opium poppy, the Papyrus somniferum, that it has come with a combination of two species, then going another change of chromosome change, then develop new species. So these are the parameters can also work out the origin of a species in a given taxa. Now this slide I want to show, which I composed after consulting a lot of literature. You'll find that in the plant kingdom, lot of variations found in genome size and chromosome number. You can get chromosome number varying from N equal to N equal to 720. There is 24 range in genome size, smaller size this much, and largest is here. Here I am showing the smallest chromosome and largest chromosome in the same family. See the range. How much the difference? See the different size? This much difference is there in the same family. This is the smallest, and this particular picture I've got, it was published only in 1921 when I was writing this article, just few days before this paper appeared. Some earlier report was something else, then I modified this report. This is the smallest chromosome number, the shortest chromosome reported in the same family is 0.8 micrometers. Now you see the same genus, range from 2.4 to 2.90. So these are the parameters which a taxonomist should take into account. See the variation number, variation size. Just to give you an overview, I have tabulated this form, and I can say this is the latest, which you will not find anywhere, which I compiled, survey literature, as in 2021. Maybe few more edits may be there, but this is the ancestor number is as equal to 7. This is the nuclear value, is ancient value. The lowest number is n equal to 2 to 720. This is the discovery from India. The highest report was reported by India from H.A. Goswami's group. India has a credit of report this plant, highest number of plants. Then across the plants, you have spoken species with N2, then highest number in I got 320. Lowest number here is N2, highest number is 298. These are the ranges I just want to share with you. And this is information anybody can collect or can take it from here. This is the recorded data. And now, as I showed you, the smallest size reported is 0.8 μm. This is a calibrated elimination. This is beyond the resolution of the microscope. 0.3 μm is not visible under the microscope. These persons have applied some new parameters to estimate the size. Based on that, I am giving the size. This is the recorded one which is visible now, and this is the one which they have calibrated. Although preparations are there, but somehow they worked out divided by number and problem size, all these things. And this is the variation I have showed here, which I just mentioned to you. I just want to share with you. And therefore, those who are not familiar with the classical cytology, these are the evolution parameters. As you know, in angiosperms or any other plants, you know that the perennial habit is primitive, annual habit is advanced, the outcrossing is primitive, the selfing is advanced. Similarly, based on chromosome characters, applying to the established parameters, these are the parameters have been developed to deduce element that primary nature or evolved nature. Those who are interested can work out. I have printed here. I am not reading it here because so this is believed. Now I happen to see a paper in 2021 by Donald Levin and N.S. Botany, where he has discussed what will happen after 500 years. He has given examples that with this climate change happening, we can protect the plants only in gardens. Those in nature will turn into pollutants. Trees may vanish, herbs will come up, and most of them will be oil plants after 500 years. This is estimation, and from that I have developed it. Then I try to find out whether we can answer the questions. These are the questions I have posed. I am willing to answer these questions to whosoever interested after this discussion. Find out why I put these questions. And In order that we develop these parameters, and I am not trying to discuss much here, but only thing I can say, those who are interested to know what is happening or a trend of evolution in nature, we worked out a system, published a paper on protoplasma, where we developed a tissue culture program, subculture the material every 1 month, so that tissue remains fresh. Every one patch of culture, we found that all the patterns what is reported literature are happening in tissue culture. We suggested the idea, you want to study proven evolution over thousands of years, just use a test material, do it in 1 year, you will get all variations. This is the brief I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rana, because these are things which I will not be able to communicate simply by saying.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So is it that with the rise of temperature, so more polyploid will be created?
Yes. And this answer. Better.
The next point of discussion is, so I would request the panelists to please quickly, I would give 30 seconds to each panelist. So, So from the botanical perspective, how do you explain the role of CBD plays on taxonomists and botanical institutions to meet the objective of biodiversity conservation, sustainable utilization, and equitable benefit sharing? To start with, so let us discuss the first objective, that is biodiversity conservation. So I will go to Dr. Matthew Den. So please share your point of view. Please sit. So please share your point of view on the biodiversity conservation. So
thank you, Dr. Rana, for this opportunity. Based on the work which we are doing at Tropical Botanic Garden and Research Institute, a 4-decade-old institution, we are presently holding over 4,500 species and cultivars and varieties. And coming to the biodiversity conservation, mainly our conservatories are categorized on various themes or special classes, and it is visitor friendly, and based on educational aspects, we are doing the display in such a way that it should be very much visitor friendly. But coming to the CBD and the conservation point of view, I am proud to say that there are several RET plants which are very much on the verge of extinction based on earlier reports. JNT could conserve many such species. One of the best examples is the Cocinium fenestratum, the Daru hydra of southern part of the country. And as per the reports from KFRI, hardly only 38 mature reproductive capacity, plants with reproductive capacity are available in Kerala forests in 1986 report. So this is a very slow growing plant and unisexual, and moreover the seed germination capacity is very low. So various reasons are there, biological as well as other reasons are there. But the plants which we are growing in JNT could produce an enormous number of seeds and fruits, but unfortunately again seed germination was less than 20%, and somehow our seed biologists could enhance the germination percentage, and we could raise enormous number of plants and reintroduced in 3 different natural habitats, and very successfully they are regenerated. And in the campus itself now we have over more than 50 mature plants which are in fruiting or flowering stage. So such aspects are notable with respect to the conservation aspects of a botanic garden. Also, another good example is of Piper barbary, another very rare plant. So, and of course, Paphiopedilum drury
another very good example, and it's very much restricted with respect to its distribution and all in southern part of Western Ghats, especially in Agasthyamala region. So presently, we have over 1,200 plants in the garden itself. So that's why we are doing the things. Any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would, so how many species of the rare and threatened plants you are conserving at TBGRI?
68.
68. Okay. So I would request Dr. Agwan to say something about the conservation from the mangrove perspective.
In connection with the conservation of mangrove, Ministry has implementing a scheme, central sector scheme since 1987. But however, this is implemented by the states. But most of the states, what happens, they think that planting the mangroves is it's a very simple task. But actually, the mangroves, the growth of mangroves requires a special ecological condition and the other hydrological factors also. But most often, what happens, the people will plant the mangrove propagules randomly in wherever the sites are vacant. Most often, even mudflats. Mudflats are the hotspots for mangrove plantation in India. Actually, mudflats are a different habitat. If we are planting the mangroves in the mudflats, it is the kind of habitat conversion. So the main drawback in mangrove plantation and afforestation is that there is no adequate research on mangroves. Even though mangroves are highly important in terms of climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts, if you think about it in India, is there any institutes working on mangroves for a long time? No. Only few. Swaminathan Research Foundation is a pioneer in mangrove restoration. That institute worked on mangroves based on the World Bank funding in from 1990s to 2000. After that, there is no continuous monitoring and continuous research has not been taken place in mangrove. So I can say that a poor understanding of this species, particularly in mangroves, only 46 species are available in India, but still the ecology and identity of the each species is not adequately documented. That is the reason why most of the restoration and afforestation programs are ended with massive failure.
So, Raghavan.
Yes, sir, monoculture. Most often people are using only Rhizopora and Avicenna species. There are number of critically endangered species in mangroves. As per the recent report, more than 9 species are critically endangered in mangroves. India is having 3 species, but so far still none of the institutes are come up with a proper plan for the species-specific conservation effort. For this,
Dr. Raghavan, is your ministry doing anything towards the conservation of mangroves?
Yes, sir.
The Ministry of Environment and Forest Climate Change.
Yes, sir. Ministry is providing financial support through central sector scheme for mangrove restoration in all the states. But recently, Ministry has announced a huge mangrove ambitious program under the visionary program of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that is called MISTI, Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitat and Tangible Income. So the target is fixed. Even a site also been assessed scientifically by the Ministry's Technical Institute NCSEM. So the target area is around 540 square kilometer, and it includes the promotion of livelihood activities also. This program includes. So this is the program for enhancing the coastal sustainability as well as the safeguarding the livelihood of the coastal community.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Conservation of, there is no specific programs or planning for conservation of lower group of plants in our country. We know that some, mostly the sanctuaries, that wildlife sanctuaries, where these higher group of plants are conserved, these lichens and other group of lower group of plants are conserved over there. But we have mentioned in lichen sanctuaries within those particular sanctuaries where there are unique or rich group of lichens are there. So this way we can go for conservation of certain species of lichens. Again, we have developed one first of the lichen garden of the world in Munshari is with the help of Department of Forestry. So this is the way, again, I think Dr. Singh also know that they have also developed a this moss garden or bryophytic garden over there in Himalayas because it's easy there. So we can go for such type of conservation or recreational centers in South India also in Western Ghats for conservation of this group of plants, as we can say it cryptogamic sanctuary.
Thank you. Thank you. So I would go to Professor Janardhanam. Can you just quickly share a few points about the biodiversity conservation?
Yeah.
So your thought.
Yeah, my thought is slightly different. See, conservation has to be done, and where it has to be done, after looking at so many programs, involved in certain programs, I always feel that it has to be within the habitat. We should not try to, take a single species, try to do tissue culture unless it is really in a very, very bad position and unless it is going to be useful. It's a waste of time, in my personal opinion. I'm not going against the general view. This is one. Second, sometimes as taxonomists, we are becoming God. We create the species, we try to protect the species, and we also give death knell to the species by merging them. And if you go beyond that, we want to do everything. In my opinion, we are supposed to, as taxonomists, provide enough information for specialized conservation biologists. Most of us are doing out of our passion, out of our interest, all these conservation measures. That's fine. For time being, it's very good because no one else is doing.
Right.
But most of us even, where are ecologists in this? Who understand the interactions, who understand what is the minimum viable population, how it would work out, what will happen if I introduce another population into a native population, how the genetics is going to be affected, and what will happen to its own adaptation to that particular habitat. Absolutely, as taxonomists, we don't even bother about that. Probably we have to see that, we create a lot of information, where it is, how it is, what is the population number, where it figures, critically endangered, fine, everything. Even we can come and give the material. But there has to be separate trained conservation biologists who can do this. Personally, again, if I put it in one word, though we are doing it, it's good. Taxonomists should not be doing that. We have to create a special breed for this. Thank you.
Was by no access.
I think I would like to ask a question here. What if they have not demarcated that area, those species would not have survived there? You see, it's a very natural area. I think we cannot be too critical also on stage, but I think there was nothing science there. Personally, I'm sorry.
So, in situ and ex situ conservation, they are both important as these RIT plants are considered. But I feel that there are so many problems in situ conservation. So we will conserve in its original locality, but there is no cooperation from this forest department. So that is one of the things. And these are only short term, I think 3-year project, 5-year project like that. Then they will introduce these plants and seedlings in this area. But further monitoring is not there. That is the thing. And ex situ conservation has its own limitations. We can conserve for a long time. And also that depends upon one's passion and other things, even in the botanical gardens. So these are the 2 points I would like to mention.
Yeah, so let us move on to the next, the point of discussion. So that is basically the equitable benefit sharing arising from the sustainable use of genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. So what are the different, the international and national challenges and legal framework involved with this? So I would request Dr. Nair to please share some of your the point of view or thoughts about the equitable benefit sharing, since you were associated with that earlier also, and so you were member of
I
some
think
of the agencies.
this question is would have been much appreciated if the industry person would have been there.
Yeah, unfortunately, so the
He is there, and
could not make it.
of course, everybody is emphasizing, because if you have to do things in biodiversity in our country or everywhere, who is party to CBD, equitable benefit sharing is a must. Even Dr. Sanjay Bhai was highlighting the importance of endemics. Even if they are not endemics, when you access a material in India by a foreigner, or even if we are utilizing the biodiversity for commercial utilization or biosurvey for commercial utilization, we are bound to give an agreement to share if at all anything arises out of this sustainable utilization. So that is important, and whatever we do, because whether it is not directly related to a taxonomist or taxonomy, but in the biodiversity enterprises or anything related to bioprospecting, this is very important that there is an annexure that whatever we do in projects, especially from the CSR point of view, now it has become compulsory. If it is a collaborative project, either internationally or nationally, we have to have a prior agreement with NBA that we will share it, and for our pharmacology and pharmacognosy group, whatever products, technologies they have developed or transferred, we have to share a certain percentage of the 0.1 to 0.5 if it is on annual factory sale, or if it is not without any agreement access directly, there are norms. And for the sake of others, there is a guideline, 2014 NBA guideline for access benefit sharing. And also one thing, in the system that we always faced in the CSAR, people wanted to send material for some purpose of experimentation or something to foreign country. How do we do that? Now that 2014 benefit sharing guidelines also have provision for that. If it is for academic purpose, if that facility is not available in India, you can request NBA through a Form B application, giving the warehouse endorsed by the head of the division and head of the department, so that within 45 days they will examine the case and they will permission. So it's not merely conserving or utilizing. This is very, very critical, and it is going to be very, very important. And not only for sustainability utilization for products or this one, this is equally important for the gene technologists and gene molecular biology scientists who develop digital sequences also. This is what I know little about, while working for the institute in terms of ABS and policies with the NBA. So these are very important aspects. But industry, because this is very relevant to industry, would have put more into this aspect.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please.
See, when we talk about access and benefit sharing, some knowledge holder has to be identified. One of the easiest and commonest way we identify is through ethnobotany work. And any youngsters here who has registered for ethnobotany research, PhD? No one? Oh. Okay. So one interesting point what I would like, we have 2 credit course for our MSc students. I was also teaching prayer informed consent. Then I said, okay, we have to give some work to them, so they can go and find out. I said, randomly, each one of you, about 38 students, each one of you randomly choose 2 published papers from India. And you go through all the guidelines. What is that? Global ethnobotany, ethnobiology guidelines are there. Okay. So those guidelines. Then they have gone through. Only 2 papers have actually followed all the guidelines, including prayer informed consent. Now the question is with whom we are going to share the benefit. We have not identified the knowledge holder.
Yeah.
You are going to bioprospect. You are going to create the wealth. With whom you are going to share.
Just to add, because we faced a problem also in NBRA when I was here dealing with the ethics committee. Because now the first point is actually now CSCR system, CSCR journal, the Journal of Traditional Knowledge, they have made, earlier whenever anybody communicates an ethnobotany paper, they get information from any community or any holder and without acknowledging them they have been publishing. I remember Dr. Radhav raised this point in one of the RSCs that have you taken the prior informed consent. So then when we started examining papers moving from NBRA, we suggested don't directly publish any ethnic information. Today or tomorrow it will be having this kind of benefit sharing implication. So get to have a prior informed consent form. How to develop a form. And then I was searching for information how to do that. Then we found, because CSCR has adopted this policy and we developed from our own experience a prior informed consent form. Now, most of the students, they had approached the BMC if it is there, or a elderly persons there, and they could identify a certain person. So in most of the cases, you will be able to identify. Now, if at all there is one, not one, and finally it is brought to the knowledge of SBB, and that will go to SBB. Community, because it has clearly written if it is a joint spar regiment or a community or a elderly traditional knowledge healer or anyone who is identified.
I know you will follow. I didn't say who followed this pre-informed consent. I didn't say that. I'm talking about the whole country. So this is very important when we talk about AB. We have to follow certain norms. Especially the people who are working in this area should be aware. That is the purpose why I brought this point.
Thank you. So now let us move to the next section. So that is climate change. Climate change is the key driver for biodiversity loss the world over. So what role does taxonomy play in understanding climate change pattern and its impact on species and ecosystem? So anybody from the panelists can chip in.
Yeah, I will only start.
Please, sir.
Taxonomy is a branch which understands how it will contribute. We will keep the question aside, but we will see, why Indus civilization has gone. It has disappeared. Why it... Correct. It is. And why only whatever organisms are surviving today are only 2% of whatever have survived throughout the geological history. The species are supposed to be coming up, they will be expanding, and they will be losing in the time period.
Over the period of time.
Yes. Now it is happening rapidly in a given time due to only one factor, anthropogenic factor. So we are talking about it. So even if you say the recent, like, Indus Valley civilization, 3,005 years ago, it was very good. And if you see, throughout the Tropic of Cancer, all the civilizations were flourishing. Whether ours or Mesopotamian or whatever it is, they were all along the Tropic of Cancer. Because of the various geological factors. I am talking about prior to our industrial revolution, after which we are talking about climate change, global warming, etc. Even prior to that, basically due to geological shifting variations, we have lost and we are going to anyway lose. In my opinion, how best we can save, whether taxonomies only from one point of view, quickly identify which are in danger, you bring them to cultivation, how to utilize them if they are usable right now, in the sense, if you have the knowledge. Otherwise,
so that also would be the great contribution by the taxonomists.
Of course. But now, of course, we are continuously going on planting the trees. Okay, it's a good attempt, but how scientific it is. For example, Sanjapa sir was showing slides this morning. Grasslands, wattle and all, they are growing in Nilgiris, and plateaus, which are from Kerala, middle part of Kerala to Gujarat, almost plateaus are. These are very good grasslands. From there only others are as photographed, all of them. Now people every rainy season, enthusiasts, this one we are going to plant the trees, and that is rich in endemics. People just go there and plant any tree, gone. And first of all, you dig the soil, new weeds are coming. First problem. Second problem, you plant the tree, in case it manages to grow, once the shade comes, none of those plants come there, because that ecology is that means even we didn't understand the ecological perspectives. Wherever we are growing the plants, wherever we are tree plantation programs we are doing, that is where I think we have to, I have been telling this for the past 25-30 years, please don't do that. No one listens to me. Even in our own campus, which is on the plateau, I pleaded with the Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor told, no, your own colleague is telling we have to do it. I have to listen to them. You are the only one against 6. So I will listen to them. They planted. Now only weeds are there. All the plants which we have recorded have gone. So that is the reality. I think we have to bring scientific perspective. Okay, climate change, it's okay, it's nice. I think in the same hall I spoke on climate change in 2009 when our IIT conference was going on. And at that time, no one was talking about climate change. What is happening, what are the various things. Now, everyone, it has become a common word. Like in 80s, we were talking about environment.
So don't you think that this is now a reality?
Now, after 10 years, we will not be talking about climate change.
Is it?
To be frank.
Is it so?
Yes. In 80s, sir, you have been witnessing. In 80s, we have been talking about environmental issues. In 90s, we have been talking about biodiversity. In these decades, of course, it has prolonged a little more climate change. No one will talk because now we will be talking about technologies. We must also understand the global politics. No one talks about the root cause of the problems. They will come out with the technological solutions. They are very expensive. They will be pushing that and they will be selling that. Mine is not a political statement, well analyzed. I asked this to an author who had come to give a talk. Before meeting only, he was releasing a book, Why We All Differ on Climate Change. I bought the book. I also gone through and I told him, why you are always pushing for the technological solutions? Why are you not talking about weeding out the root causes? He said, okay, we will discuss. After the meeting, he said, anyone, it's for public. Anyone has questions? I said like this. He said, no, this is for public, not for academicians. He didn't want to answer. Thank you very much.
just mentioned the stance of the paper by Donald Levin and also botany. I have read that paper very thoroughly, discussing what is going to happen in 500 years. One of the points he's suggesting is that with the rising temperature, under stress conditions, plants become polyploid. Naturally, survival rate of polyploids with interosseum will go down. He says that, you can see the details, I give you reference, that under temperate conditions, plant may not be affected. But under tropical conditions with rising temperature, so many disturbances will take place, plant will try to survive, plant try to become polyploid. Once it becomes polyploid, so many interventions will come, ultimately survival rate will go down. He suggests that instead of in-situ conservation, we should have conservatories in gardens, government protected gardens, where trees and herbs are taken into account. I cite an example. With my own experience, we have been working at CIMAP. CIMAP, I worked on a crop like called Palmaroja. This crop flowers throughout the year. I am giving practical examples. This crop flowers throughout the year, but the seeds obtained in summer are not viable. Seeds obtained in winter are viable. Similarly, you take the case of that guava. You will see the guava fruits throughout the year, but the one which fruits during winter has less seeds. One which fruits during summer or this season has more seeds. Now, as a person in cytology, I was interested in what is happening there. We worked out cytology and looked for cytology of tapetum. We found that under stress conditions, the cells become polyploid, becomes amoeboid, so many disturbances are taking place. Whereas in the normal conditions, the plant will behave normally. This is a practical example I noticed because we were facing the practical problem. This is a published account published in Genome. So now that I am just saying, it's all recorded. So I believe in Donald Levin, who suggests, citing so many examples, a very big paper, about 20-25 page papers. And Donald Levin, an authority in ecological genetics. He is a quite senior person, maybe about 8 years now. He says that these things are going to happen. So for conservation purpose, instead of institute, protect them and protect gardens of that particular area. This is a suggestion here.
We can use the herbarium material, particularly if it is quite old, and we have in good amount for climate change studies, which we experienced. Our lab has, or our herbarium has collections of my own Guruji, Dr. D.D. Awasthi's collections, which were collected in 1970, 50 years back. What we have done, we again revisited those sites from where those collections were available. Then we took the meteorological data for all 50 years, starting from that 1970 to this one, how this temperature precipitation has changed in the 50 years. Then we correlated with the species changes, compared the accumulation of different heavy metals, pH, even the in the organic metals within these lichens, and even the carbon assimilation within these lichens, which we collected, which was collected 50 years old, and we see a lot of community changes. Such type of studies we can do with herbarium material if we have plenty of that one, and it is well documented. Nowadays, there are programs available that we can even relocate that locality. If it is written in a 50 or 500 meters distance, is not correct, we can locate that point or revisit that area. Such type of studies can be done. We have done that. That's why I'm talking about it. Secondly, certain group of plants, particularly the lichens, which are very slow growing. Some lichens grow 1 millimeter in 100 years. We can use such type of plants in glacier retreat studies. We have worked on that aspects too. We calculated that from the growth of lichens in Pindaric Glacier area, it retreated 1 kilometer in 675 years. It was as accurate as it was done by the Indian Space Research Organization. So certain plants are there which we can utilize. I am not talking about the hybrid of plants, but Lower group of plants are there, they very quickly show the changes when there is a climate.
Thank you, sir. So now, yeah, please.
Because as Dr. Janardhan said, I agree, because directly a taxonomist per se will not do anything with the climate change. But it is a reality because now any programs, any national program, now it is going to come. Because today, again, I'm quoting lectures because that thread, put a thread, for our discussion, Dr. Sanjapa's discussion. Many poets have come. So I'm every time quoting him so that it helps me also to put the point here. He was telling what is the direct driver of the biodiversity loss. So then hotspot was discussed, and then the habitat degradation. So now in the new post-20 global framework for biodiversity, they have put, what are the major drivers. The first driver is this habitat degradation, sea and land. And the second one is overconsumption. That also is put in. The third one is probably climate change. Now, any major program in ministry is going to come when we, as a normal taxonomist, put up a program. They will certainly, because from my experience, don't take it in a different way. They will be looking at this point, whether it is routinely a simple taxonomic revision of doing, whether it has got any implication in climate change. So that also has to be looked into when we frame projects related to this one where taxonomists are involved. And another blessing in disguise is because otherwise also our herbarium documentation in olden days, what we have been trained is very perfect. In between, we have seen many people were casual in, preparing the vouchers and depositing without, fragmentary data, without actual location. And now these days, we also put a dot of black dot. That is very important if anybody is studying habitat changes or related to climate or environmental changes. But another thing is very important is actually because of this climate change agenda, many interesting papers have come. They have made a lot of new interest in herbarium. That is, I don't remember exactly, it was Harvard University, it was Arnold Herbarium. They published the interesting paper because in Botanic Garden who have been working, because when I was in TPGRA, even now also Dr. Mathudan would vouch, in the Arboretum, they used to have a performance recorder for everyday observation on each tree. We don't have, I think I suggested because also I not directly involved in that department. That was good because the same pattern was followed in, as everybody would have read this paper, followed, for 100 years of arboretum trees, all the trees. And they, every season in the flowering and fruiting, they used to vouch and those records were there. So with these 100 years piled up collections, now with the current flowering phenology and the environmental changes, they could find lot of phenological changes. So this also now made an open eye that whenever we put, it's a simple affair, herbarium preparation and material, in the label writing and information in that label, that has given us a new direction that this is also important. It will help, someday in studying the phenological changes simply using, herbarium vouchers.
History, 500-year-old history. And they have, every year, they have their, like our Panchanga or whatever we call our Hindu calendar. They, according to Japanese calendar, on that particular day, people will go and they are sure that the Sakura festival, plant will flower. So that 500-year record is nowhere in the globe for such a record. So that way, all our herbarium specimens, right from Linnaean herbarium to modern, present day, if you look at the things, we can relate these ecological events or particularly climatic changes that are happening very clearly. So that's very, very important. Documentation is really important. You said the introduction register in the gardens, not only this garden, every garden you go, they should, any species that is introduced, the entire growth pattern, the flowering event, even if it doesn't survive, why it has died, when it has died, all that events will greatly help in conservation ultimately. That's very, very important. Documentation, we are very, very poor. So that, I think that is one point we have to drive at when it comes to exit to conservation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now let us move to the next segment. So that is the questions from the audience. So I would invite the audience to ask the questions that you may have directly to the panelist. Yeah, there is one. Yeah, please go ahead. So please tell your name and your association with the institution, from which institutions you are.
Hope I am audible. Hi everyone. My name is Rudra Banerjee. I am from CSR NBRI. Only those who have familiar to me, they know what I am currently doing. So I am working on this ecological interaction between plants and insects and trying to understand from the ecological as well as the chemical perspective, like why it is happening and how it is happening. So I just realized that this is the best opportunity for me to ask this question in front of the panelist, and hopefully I would get an answer to it. So, nowadays we are familiar to this word called citizen science, right? And I think many of you must be heard about the citizen science concept, where common people can participate in these scientific activities, where they can observe something, they can record something. So I was just wondering that what would be your take on citizen science and how citizen science can really be helpful for taxonomic studies or conservation of biodiversity per se. So any insights or any thoughts about that?
Yeah, citizen science is very good. It is happening, and it is more successful among animals than plants. It's basically, I will not go dwell into it. Various reasons are there. One of the very psychological reason is anything moving will attract the attention. That is why most of the people they will go for birding, they will go for butterfly watching. If you say you come, we will watch plants, no one will come. This is a well-known theory. That is why we also put arc to buses, lorries, trucks, and we throw stones on moving objects. Everything is because of that. It is good. If you are starting one, I will contribute to that. Okay, it's actually, people have to come. People are trying, especially in cities. They are doing in smaller level. I think it has to be done. It's a good initiative. I think Sanjapa sir wants to answer.
Actually, this citizen science, I don't know how many of you are following this Phytotaxa journal. So recently there is a news, particularly from Australia, the citizen science, they were responsible for discovering at least 20 new species of plants. And that is something, is a remarkable contribution. Maybe it is happening in outside India, but I think it should happen in our country too. But only thing is, very unfortunate thing that is happening in our country is the social media, people put any damn thing on the photograph, and now photo taxonomy has started. It is very unfortunate because they don't want to understand what the plant is. No, just what they want a name, that's all, nothing else. They are not, most of them are, at least 99% of them are not interested in knowing the identification of the plant and practicing it. They just want the name, and that is the end of it. And 100 people will give 100 names when a plant is posted there, photograph. And as Dr. Janardhanam initially said, it is like blind people identifying an elephant. So that is happening, which is unfortunate. That should not be. And I started writing in all the, social media, telling them even usage of something like speciesist, they will say, SPS. Then I corrected so many times. For last more than 1 year, I have been correcting, but they are not following anything. This is the most unfortunate thing because they should be interested in identifying plants, knowing plants, learning things. Then definitely citizen science will come a big way in discovering not only animals, which he said, which they are interested mostly butterflies and charismatic species, but we need people in all other groups. As Dr. Uprati mentioned, lichens. Why not we observe these things in cities or in urban areas? We should be able to observe and take the help of the citizens. That will be the wonderful contribution from the citizen science. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, is there anybody who would like to ask the question? Anybody in the audience? Yeah, Bhavya, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. I am Bhavya. I was working in citrus of Northeast India. So during my field tours, I visited most of the part of Northeast India. In Assam, I particularly noticed that there is lots of palm tree cultivation, and which is initiated by the government itself. So what will be its harmful effect on the biodiversity? Because government is promoting it, and how it is affecting the flora of that particular region or biodiversity loss.
So, I think it's who would like to answer? No, since no one is answering, I will answer. But you think there will be any effect? Absolutely. Then why the question? The reason is, we started
She probably
cultivating.
is trying to say that so are we moving towards the monoculture sort of things?
Yeah, in the sense, see, as botanists and biologists, we are talking about biodiversity, its conservation, all those kind of things. Government should look from a different perspective. How to keep the people engaged, how to give livelihood, how to increase the GDP, what can we export the plant product. Now we are importing palm oil from Malaysia. You understand, no? So they have a different perspective. It is very difficult to match. As long as people were at a local level self-sustaining, they don't have anything else to bother about. Everything was fine. But as a country now, it's not only self-sustaining, we are all fed well and all. We should also compete at the global level. So government always will be bringing the programs for cultivation, for industrialization, for expansion of the road network, which will be contradicting all our principles of biodiversity conservation. That doesn't mean that we have to go against the governments. We have to find a way as a scientist, right? How best we can do, what are the various ways we can do that. For example, in Goa, there was a new airport coming. There is one Dipkadi Konkanensis, that is the southernmost, which was considered possibly extinct at one stage. Later on, of course, we found out so many populations, big populations, but that was the southernmost. Casually, we mentioned that, okay, this species is there on this plateau where airport is coming. As a scientist, we report people who are practicing science. Immediately, environmentalists have taken up and they stopped the work. And per day, 1.5 crore there was loss because it was delayed. Anyway, they did it. Now you can land in Mopa Airport when you travel from anywhere. So there are 2 sides minimum for any problem. Yes, we will go on tell, please don't do this, and you give an alternate solution. If you tell government, please don't do this because we have to conserve this, biodiversity is there, they will not listen. You give an alternate solution. We are scientists, right? We have to come out with a solution, then probably they will listen. There is a good possibility of them listening. That's how I see. But this has been happening, ma'am, right from the day people started cultivating. Already we started this one. But at the same time, we came out with whatever we are eating today, the best elite things and tastiest things, the flowers which we enjoy, everything. So it has got both plus and minus points.
Planting trees is not going to help much. We need to be very careful. Is there any plant exotic?
Oil.
I think so long as this commercial plantation is not done at the cost of natural vegetation, not any problem.
So, if there are no further question, so this has been really a very informative and enriching session for all of us, and I thank all the eminent panelists for the sparing their valuable time and coming over to Lucknow and so discussing with us the whole range of the role of taxonomy and biodiversity in the sustainable development. So with this, so we NBRI would like to felicitate all the panelists. I would request Director NBRI to do the honor. Thank you everyone. So all of you are invited over a cup of tea outside the auditorium.